아, 교수님, 이거 그렇게 하시면은 포디움 없이 그냥 무선 마이크를 잡고 하시면은 어떠실까요? 자리에서만 안 움직여주시면 네.
그렇게 되죠. 이게 연달을 이런 식으로 해도 관계없죠. 이렇게 해도 관계없습니까? 카메라 못 잡습니까? 아, 그럼 이렇게 해야 됩니까?
그래서 만약에 하실 거면은 이렇게는 어떠실까요?
이렇게. 이게 지금 글자가 조금 끌었는데 일단 어쩔 수 없죠. 일단 보겠습니다.
지금 포디움을 제가 맞춰놓은 데가 여기긴 한데, 네, 잠시만요.
이건
잠시 안내
Ladies
말씀드리겠습니다.
and
잠시
gentlemen,
후
may I have your
2시부터
attention,
동북아
please? At 2
두장문화의
o'clock, we will
가치와
begin the
한국의
International Academic
전통
Forum on the
장문화,
value of
유네스코
Northeast
인류
Asia's Tujang culture and
무형문화유산
registration
문제
of
국제
Korean traditional
포럼의
Chang
개회식이
culture on the
시작됩니다.
UNESCO Intangible
행사장
Cultural
내에 계신
Heritage of
참가자분께서는
Humanity.
착석해
Ladies and
주시고
gentlemen, may
아직
I
로비에
ask
계실
that you
거나
please
등록
take your
확인
seats. If you're
중이신
still in the lobby
분들께선
or if you're still in
행사장
the process of
안으로 입장해
registering,
주시기
please make
바랍니다.
haste and enter
아울러
the
원활한
hall so
행사
that we may
진행을
begin.
위해
May I also
휴대전화는
ask that you please
진동이나
turn your cell
무음으로
phones on
해주시면
vibration mode or turn
고맙겠습니다.
them off or put them on
또한
silent mode
코로나19의
throughout the
예방과 확산
duration of
방지를
this
위해
forum.
참석자분들 중
We are
발열
also
또는
adhering
호흡기
to social
이상
distancing
증상이
measures
있는
and
분들은
to prevent the
참석이
spread of the
제한됩니다.
pandemic.
피의자
Please
입장을 자제해 주시고
we ask for your
로비에 있는
understanding
등록
that
데스크에
we
말씀
are not
부탁드립니다.
allowing anyone inside the hall
가급적
if
서로 간의
you
신체
have a
접촉은
fever
자제해
or
주시기
any
바랍니다.
respiratory symptoms.
그럼 잠시 후
Please
내빈들께서
refrain
입장하시는
from
대로
any closed
개회식
content, and we will
시작하겠습니다.
begin the opening
잠시만 기다려
ceremony
주십시오.
in a moment
고맙습니다.
when everyone enters the venue. Thank you for your cooperation.
네, 이제 자리가 어느 정도 정돈이
Ladies
된
and
것
gentlemen, I
같습니다.
think we're now about ready
안녕하십니까?
to
동북아
begin.
두장문화의 가치와
Distinguished
한국의
guests, welcome to the
전통
International
장문화,
Academic Forum on the
유네스코
value
인류
of Northeast Asia's
무형문화유산
Tujang culture and the
문제
registration of
학술 포럼에
Korean
오신
traditional Chang
여러분
culture on the UNESCO
진심으로
Intangible Cultural
환영합니다.
Heritage of
저는
Humanity.
뜻깊은 포럼의 사회를 맡게 된 아나운서
My name is
권예림입니다.
Kwon Ye-rim and
반갑습니다.
I'm your MC for today. It's an honor to be here.
네, 오늘 포럼을 축하해 주시기 위해 귀한
Allow
발걸음해
me to
주신
extend a very warm
참가자분들과
welcome
바쁘신
to
와중에도
our
온라인으로
participants
함께하고
here
계신 시청자
offline
여러분
and
모두
to those of you who are
감사드립니다.
joining us
동북아
online
두장문화의
today.
가치와 한국의 전통
The International
장문화,
Academic Forum on the
유네스코
value of
인류
Northeast Asia's Tujang
무형문화유산
culture and
문제
registration
국제
of
학술
Korean
포럼은
traditional Chang culture on
두장문화
the UNESCO
분야의
Intangible
국내외
Cultural Heritage of
전문가가
Humanity
한자리에 모여
is a
동북아
venue
삼국
for
두장문화의
experts to
가치를
gather to
검토하고
review the
한국의
value
전통
of Tujang
장문화의
culture in our
유네스코
three
인류
Northeast Asian
무형문화유산
countries
문제
and to
전망을
talk about the
논의하는
prospects of
만남의 장으로
registering Chang
마련됐습니다.
culture on
올해는
UNESCO's
조금 특별하게 인사를
Intangible
드리고
Cultural
있는데요.
Heritage of Humanity.
코로나19 확산 방지를 위해 사회적 거리두기 방침에
In order
따라
to adhere to social
비대면 온라인
distancing
행사로
measures
함께 진행되고
and prevent the
있습니다.
spread of the pandemic, we
현장에서는
have a hybrid
최소화된
format
인원으로
for this
진행되며
international forum
단식진흥원
so that we
유튜브
have
채널을 통해
only the minimal amount of
한국어와 영어로
people here today
실시간
offline, and
생중계됩니다.
we are live
사전 등록을
streaming
하신 분들은 기조
this academic
발표와
forum
세션
in in both Korean and English on YouTube. For those
현재
of you
화면에서
watching
보이는
the
QR 코드나
YouTube, please
유튜브
take a
스트리밍
screen
페이지
capture
하단에 안내되어 있는
and
주소로
send it to the
시청 인증
QR code that you
사진을
see on the
보내주시면
screen
됩니다.
or the
저희가
live
추첨을 통해
streaming
모바일 온누리
address that you
상품권을
see
선물로 드릴
at the bottom of the
예정입니다.
YouTube page, and
아울러
we
온라인으로
will
시청
have a
중이신 분들도
raffle and
선물 받을
hand
수
out gift
없겠죠.
cards and
유튜브
vouchers.
실시간 댓글창을 통해
Also,
질문을
make sure
주시면
that you
추첨을 통해
participate
역시
in
모바일 온누리
delivering
상품권
questions and comments on
보내드리겠습니다.
the comment
많은
section on our
시청과
YouTube
참여
channel
부탁드립니다.
so that you can
당첨자는
also
행사가
partake
끝난
in
후에
our raffle.
한식진흥원 페이스북 공식
Please
계정을
log on
통해
to our
확인
official
부탁드립니다.
Facebook account to check whether
네,
you
그럼
are a
지금부터
winner
동북아
after the forum
도자문화의
is over.
가치와
Then, without
한국의
further
전통
ado, we're going to
장과
begin the
유네스코 인류
opening
무형문화유산
ceremony
등재
for
국제
our
학술
international
포럼을
academic
시작하겠습니다.
forum.
네, 먼저 오늘 발표와 토론을 해주실
Allow me to first
발표자분들과
introduce our
좌장님
presenters and our
소개하겠습니다.
moderator.
현 대한민국 학술원
First
회원이시자
off, we
동국대학교
have
임돈희
Professor
정신석좌
Im
교수님
Doon-hee, member of the National
참석해 주셨습니다.
Academy of Sciences and chair professor of Dongguk University.
네, 반갑습니다.
Welcome.
다음은 전북대학교 인류학과
Next up,
함한희
we have
명예교수님
Professor
함께
Emeritus
해주셨습니다.
Ham Ha-ni from Dongguk University.
네, 가톨릭 관동대학교
And next up,
호텔조리
Professor
외실경영학과
Emeritus
윤덕인
Yoon Do-in
명예교수님
from the
참석해
Catholic
주셨습니다.
Kwangdong
네,
University.
반갑습니다. 다음은 부산대학교 사학과 최덕경
Next up, we have
명예교수님
Professor
자리해
Emeritus Choi
주셨습니다.
Deok-kyung from the Department of History at Busan
네,
National
반갑습니다.
University. Welcome.
바쁘신 가운데 참석해 주신 모든 분들께
Thank you so much,
감사의
everyone, for taking time out of
말씀드리며
your busy
부득이한
schedules.
사정으로 현장에
And
함께하지 못하신 안동대학교
Professor
민속학과
Bae
이영동
Young-dong
교수님은
from
저희가
Andong
화면으로
University is going to be
만나보겠습니다.
joining us
교수님.
online on the screen. Professor Bae.
네, 교수님께서 환영의 인사 주셨고요. 그 다음은
Yes, welcome,
발효문화
Professor
연구가이시자
Bae. And
발표
next
디자인
up,
연구소의
we
오구라
have
히로쿠 대표이사님도
Ogura
실시간 화상 연결을
Hiraku,
통해 포럼 함께
CEO
해주고
of the
계십니다.
Fermentation Design Lab. He's also joining us online.
네, 손을 흔들며 인사해 주셨네요.
Thank you for
많은
waving
분들과
to us and
관심과 성원
saying
부탁드리겠습니다.
hi.
이어서 본 포럼을 준비하신 한식진흥원
Then
선재마유
next up, we're going to be hearing
개회사
opening
청해 듣도록
remarks from
하겠습니다.
the
이사장님
president
무대로
of Korea
모시겠습니다.
Food
큰
Promotion
박수로
Institute. Please give
맞이해주세요.
a big round of applause to President Son Jae-mayu.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Sanjae Mayu from the Korea Promotion Institute. I know that this event is organized by the Ministry of the Agriculture, Food and the Rural Affairs, and the topic that we will discuss today is the value of the Northeast Asia's culture, Dujang culture, and the inscription of the Korea's traditional Jang culture on the UNESCO ICH, or in intangible cultural heritage. I also like to extend my welcome and appreciation to the participants online as well as offline. We also have a distinguished guest here, and I'd like to express my special thanks to the Lee Jae-uk, the Deputy Minister, Ministry of the Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs, as well as the other experts in this area. Of course, we are undergoing unprecedented crisis due to the COVID-19, and I feel very sorry that we could not actually meet and have a meeting physically, but we still could have this hybrid webinar. Our institute has been working very hard to inscribe the Korea's traditional Jang culture on the UNESCO ICH, and we also prepare all the dossier from the 2017, and we also set up a task force team for the successful registration of the Korea Jang culture, and we also set up the mid to long-term plan for the successful registration. And from 2017 to 2019, we also launched diverse campaigns and as well as activities. At the same time, we also organized the fermented food culture forum for the widespread of the Jang culture. And in 2019, the Jang making culture was designated as intangible cultural heritage. And in 2022, we really want the Korean Jang culture to be registered in the UNESCO ICH. And of course, we need to wait for the result, and we'll be working very hard. In our food culture, the Jang culture has been with us for such a long period of time, and that this is a most representative fermented food, and then another symbolic seasoning for all of us. The futurist Alvin Toffler also mentioned that we had a different era, even in the taste. Of course, we had a salt, that is the first era, and the second era is the seasoning, and the third era is the fermentation in his book, in his publication. The Jang has, or the soybean has rich protein, and it also is undergoing a fermentation process. So this is perceived as a very healthy food. And in the Korean, the medical book called the Dongi Bogam, Jang is indispensable diet in the Korean food. And at the same time, it also can relieve the fever of the sick person. So sometimes this is also used as a kind of medical purpose. The Jang making culture has been preserved for such a long period of time, and the people actually put a lot of effort in preserving the taste. We normally boil the soybean harvested in November, and before we make a Jang, we put all the efforts, and sometimes we try to clean ourselves to get prepared for that. And sometimes we also tie the other seasonings, include the pepper, so that the other worms or the insects would not go in. And in the lunar calendar year, the January 15, we also had a special ceremony, and we also had a special ritual as well as the festivals. And sometimes we also had a special treading ceremony near the platform where the Jang jars are placed. So again, this is a special wish to have a preserving the taste of the Jang. I believe that the Korean Jang culture has a very high value in terms of the asset. So whenever we make a new Jang, then sometimes we also put the special or the original the Jang, whose the taste has been together with our ancestors. So this means that sometimes we mix the original Jang together with the new Jang that we make. So this is a kind of blend. Again, I like to emphasize that the Jang has been perceived as a very healthy food, and this is deeply rooted in our Korean culture. Of course, the cultural value has been changed over time, and at the same time, the significance of Jang also has changed in our diet these days, especially among the modern people. So I think this is a very useful and informative occasion because we can discuss the value of the Northeast Asia's Dujang culture, and definitely also can exchange ideas on the successful registration of the Korean traditional Jang culture on the UNESCO Intangible Cultural Heritage. I think we also can exchange our knowledges as well as the know-how on the Northeast Asia's Dujang culture. I would like to conclude my remark by thanking all the participants as well as the distinguished the speakers today. My thanks also go to the online participants. I hope that today's forum could be very fruitful as well as informative to all of you. Thank you very
네,
much.
좋은 말씀 고맙습니다.
Thank you so much for your
네,
opening
이사장님이
remarks,
말씀해 주신 것처럼
President
이
Sanjae
장
Mayur.
담그기가 이번에
As our
포럼을
president
통해서
said,
문화적
I
가치와
hope that
소중함을
the
생각해보는
traditional
귀한 자리가
culture
될
and the
것
importance
같습니다.
of
다음은
Jang
농림축산식품부
making culture
이재용
will
차관님의
be
환영사를 영상으로
reinforced
만나보겠습니다.
through today's International Academic Forum. Next up, we have congratulatory remarks from Deputy Minister of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the International Academic Forum on the Value of Northeast Asia's Tujang Culture and Registration of Korean Traditional Jang Culture on the UNESCO Intangible Cultural Heritage of Humanity. We have a very special group of experts on UNESCO cultural heritage and Tujang from Korea, China, and Japan. It's unfortunate that we weren't able to meet in person because of the pandemic, but it's great that we can still come together online. Our three countries, Korea, China, and Japan, have a long-standing history of deep and wide-ranging cultural and economic exchanges and ties. Political diplomacy is, of course, important in building bridges and strengthening ties, but I truly believe that cuisine and culinary culture can have the same effect. Koreans have long since fermented beans to make tujang, or bean sauce. Korea is famous for doenjang, 간장, 청국장, while China is known for 두반장 and 텀면장, and Japan is famous for tsuyu, natto, and miso. The flavor and scent varies between all of these sauces in our three countries, but the culinary custom of making and consuming tang gives us a sense of togetherness of people of Northeast Asia. The tang's savor and flavor preserves well, but it's also extremely healthy, which is why studies on the positive health impacts of tang products are underway across the world. In that sense, tujang is no longer a condiment enjoyed by people in just our three countries, but it's an asset with cultural value that people across the world are taking interest in. Korea listed tang making culture as a national intangible cultural heritage in 2018. Moreover, by 2022, we aim to apply our sauce making culture, or tang culture, to be part of the UNESCO Intangible Cultural Heritage Representative List, and we aim to have it listed by 2024. Therefore, I hope that this forum provides us an opportunity to take stock of the culture and value of Tujang culture in our three Northeast Asian countries and put our heads together about the prospects of listing Korea's traditional tang making culture on the UNESCO Intangible Cultural Heritage List. Furthermore, I hope this venue serves as an opportunity for our three countries to exchange knowledge and information on Tujang culture, strengthen friendships and bonds, and provide a boost for the Tujang food industry. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, I would like to once again extend a very warm welcome to you all, and I wish you all health and happiness. Thank you so much for listening.
네, 소중한 말씀
Thank you so much
고맙습니다.
for your
바쁘신 가운데
congratulatory
본인사를 위해
remarks.
환영의 말씀을 보내주신
I would like to
이재용
thank Deputy
차관님께 다시
Minister
한번
Lee Jae-wook
감사의
once again for
말씀
taking time out of
전합니다.
his busy schedule to
그럼
deliver
지금부터
the
동북아
congratulatory
투자문화의
remarks.
가치와
Then without further
한국의
ado, we'll
전통
be diving
장문화,
into the
유네스코
keynote
인류
session
무형문화
for the
유산
International
등재
Academic
국제
Forum on
학술
the value of
포럼을
Northeast Asia's Tujang
본격적으로
culture and the registration
시작하겠습니다.
of Korean traditional Jang
네,
culture
첫
on the
번째
UNESCO Intangible
순서입니다.
Cultural
현
Heritage of
무형유산학회
Humanity.
회장이자
First up,
무형문화연구원
we
원장을
have
역임 중이신
Honorary
함한희 전북대학교
Professor
인류학과 명예교수님께서
Ham Hani
유네스코가
from
지정한 인류
Jeonbuk
자산으로서의
University, who is
음식
also
문화
the president of the
연구로
Intangible
발표해
Heritage Association and
주시겠습니다.
director of the Center for
교수님 큰 박수로
Intangible Culture.
맞아주시면
The
고맙겠습니다.
presentation will be on study on food culture as a human asset designated by UNESCO. Please give a big round of applause.
네, 안녕하세요.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
방금
I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Ham Hani, who was just introduced by today's MC.
국제 학술 포럼이
Well, this is International Academic Forum,
동북아
and
투자문화의
we are
가치와
discussing the
한국의
value
전통
of the
장문화
North
유네스코
East
인류
Asia's
무형문화
Tujang
유산
culture
등재를
and the
위해서
ways to
마련된
successfully
축하드립니다.
register the Korean traditional Jang culture on the UNESCO
굉장히
ICH.
오랫동안
I would like to
준비를
take this
해오셨고,
opportunity to express my
어떻게 보면은
thanks for all the dedication that you made of course, the Jang culture is a very, very essential, indispensable, and I do hope that this could be registered as a very valuable asset in the UNESCO ICH. I think this is an extremely important process. Well, again, we are discussing the value of the Northeast Asia's Dujang culture, not just about the Korea's Dujang culture, because Japan as well as China also has a culture of consuming as well as making the Jang. And I think we try to focus, of course, more on the Korea's traditional Jang culture, the inscription effort. So I think this is a very useful opportunity. Northeast Asia has a Jang culture, of course, including Korea, and this is a kind of indispensable the item that we have in our diet. So I believe this is really necessary to register it into the intangible cultural heritage. Of course, I'm not an expert on the Dujang culture itself, so instead, let me introduce some of the policies of the UNESCO ICH as well as the inscription criteria for your better understanding on the UNESCO ICH. So that is the kind of the item that we'll discuss today in my presentation. So as you can see from this slide, you will see the chapter content. So I'll talk about the introduction as well as the list of the UNESCO ICH, and I also briefly talk about the Convention on the UNESCO ICH of Humanity and also the criteria that we need to observe for successful inscription for the UNESCO ICH, and I'll also cover the characteristic of the major food culture and also common features as well as the concluding remark. What I'd like to focus primarily is the 2003 Convention for Safeguarding ICH, where this was officially announced in 2003, and the UNESCO made it very clear to have a strenuous endeavor to safeguard this ICH. So number one objective is, of course, to safeguard the ICH, and then the respect for the ICH of the communities, groups, and people. And the third objective is to promote local, national, and international awareness for the importance of ICH and also to promote the mutual appreciation. So we have these four objectives, and the last one, but not least, that's the international cooperation and assistance. Well, of course, they have very diverse activities and the programs that the UNESCO has proposed. Well, as you know, the UNESCO is executing diverse safeguarding activities. So number one is the making the list of the ICH or intangible cultural heritage. So if you have a chance to visit the homepage or website, you will see the three different types of the list. The first one is the register of the good safeguarding practices, and number two is urgent safeguarding lists. And the third one is a representative list. So there are three major lists that the UNESCO is making. So this is what we call the UNESCO list or the ICH list. And the most commonly mentioned is the representative list, which is shown in the last part of this slide. So we normally talk about the representative list, but the UNESCO is also trying very hard to identify the register of the good safeguarding practices and at the same time to make the urgent safeguarding list, which may be very much vulnerable right now, that should be immediately protected. This is the status of the UNESCO ICH list. So the total is about 549 elements from 127 the countries. This include three, the list that I mentioned earlier, and we have four. I told you that we have about 470 elements corresponding to the 117 countries before. Before I talk about the definition and domains of the ICH, we need to have a more clear understanding on this definition. I believe some of you are quite well aware of it, but for the better understanding in the later part of my presentation, I had a summary on this definition and the domain. Well, of course, the UNESCO has been working, really struggling to come up with this definition. So there are a lot of campaigns that had been undergoing so far. So with this background, the ICH safeguarding activities actually started, and they also decided to make the list of the ICH. So in this sense, this actually is not the outcome that had been just came out over the night. They have been highlighting the importance or the safeguarding those important ICH for so long. Well, before we talk about the domain, we just talk about the tangible cultural heritage. So those are the main target. In 1972, the UNESCO Convention was officially announced, and at that time, they focused more on the tangible assets, tangible cultural heritage. So each country tried to make a list, and they also showed their commitment to protect these tangible cultural heritage. But of course, they also paid some attention to the other intangible cultural heritage. So in 1972, the UNESCO Convention was officially announced, and after maybe 10 to 20 years, they also saw the necessity of preserving and safeguarding these intangible cultural heritage. So in 1978, we had the special recommendation by the UNESCO for the safeguarding the traditional culture and the folklore. The UNESCO has been trying very hard, and in 1993, they organized the executive committee. They also introduced the intangible cultural heritage of Korea. So regarding the activities, I think we have Professor Im Do-hee, and she will discuss detail more, because you also participated in the deliberation process, and at the same time, you also made a great contribution to promote the ICH of Korea. So we had the experts as well as academia who made a lot of effort to promote Korea's ICH to the global world. Before, in terms of the area, the key focus was mainly the Western Europe, but these days they also try to expand their horizon and also include some not very distinctive areas. In late 1990s, the UNESCO also paid attention to the Middle East intangible cultural heritage. So registration actually started from that time on. So we have this kind of journey, and in 2003, the convention was officially signed, and we get more familiar with the list of representative as well as the urgent safeguarding list. So regarding the ICH, I think we need to focus more. And because I told you that earlier, the main focus was placed primarily on the Western European countries. But now the focus also has been shifted to the non-European the countries. So I told you that UNESCO has been executing a lot of campaigns as well as the programs and the activities.
그러다 보니까 우리가 이 무형문화유산의 제가 PPT에도
Well, this is the summary that I prepared in my slide, and you will see the clear definition on the ICH. Of course, experts in this area also joined in this effort. So as you can see from this slide, the definition of the ICH is the practices, representations, expressions, knowledge, skills, as well as the instruments, objects, artifacts, and the cultural spaces associated there with that communities, group, and in some cases, individuals recognize as part of their cultural heritage. And this ICH will be handed down to the next generation. It will be reproduced over the generation after generation. So this is one way to preserve the diversity of the cultural heritage. So now I'd like to go into the domains of the ICH. So the first one is oral tradition and expression, including language, and next is performing art, and also social practices, rituals, and festive events, and knowledge and practice about the nature and the universe, and the traditional craftsmanship. So we have 5 different domains under this ICH. Now let me move on to the next part of my presentation, which is about the criteria of evaluation of representative list of intangible cultural heritage of humanity. Of course, they set up the list to safeguard this ICH. Of course, they have the screening qualification. I mentioned earlier about the 3 different lists, which is the good safeguarding practice, and urgent safeguarding list, and the representative list. And today, I'd like to confine my talk mainly on the representative list. So first is about the criteria for successful inscription on the representative list. So the first one is identification and definition of the element. So you need to identify and define the element first of all. And at the same time, you also need to define the element. And I would like to focus 2 key points here. So of course, we start with the identification and definition. So whenever we talk about these 2 conditions, we also need to review the knowledge and skills. So how are the knowledge and the skills related to the element still transmitted today? And at the same time, you also need to think about the social and cultural functions as well as the meaning that it has for the community. And the next one is the contribution to ensuring visibility and awareness and to encouraging the dialogue. So I'm still talking about the evaluation criteria. The next one is about the safeguarding measures. So what are the efforts that you made, in the past as well as in the current times, to safeguard the element? So you also need to have a competent body involved in the safeguarding. and
공동체의
you also
참여와 동의가 필요하고
need to induce
다섯 번째는
the community participation
상태
consent
목록
in the
인벤토리라고 정확하게
nomination
번역할
process.
말은
And the last one is inclusion of the element in an inventory. So actually inventory is slightly different from the list, because inventory is a kind of more specific list. So we also need to understand if the element is included into the inventory or not. So of course they need to have a kind of the due diligence and come up with this kind of inventory. So these are the elements for the criteria. So let me move on for more details. So for today's forum, I selected 6 elements out of the 10 to have a better understanding on the value of the ICH. As you can see from this slide, where you will see the table here on the slide. So let me start from the bottom one, because this is actually done in the chronological order. The last one in the bottom is the element from the Mexico. May I have the pointer, please? All right, so let me start from the last one in the bottom. So you will see the Mexico. This is a traditional Mexican cuisine, and the next one from the bottom is the gastronomic meal of the French from France, and the next one is washoku from Japan. So I would like to pick up these elements to make you understand better about the value as well as the criteria. So let me first start with the Mediterranean diet. Well, this Mediterranean diet was registered in 2013. It includes Spain, Cyprus, Greece, Morocco, and Portugal together. So this is a kind of collective registration by the countries along the Mediterranean Sea. I told you that this was registered in 2013, and this was highly or actively promoted to the people around the world. And eventually, this was perceived as a kind of healthy diet, because this food comes from the area where the climate is very mild and the scenery is very beautiful. We often call the culinary culture or the food culture, but the food itself is not the key point. I mentioned here that you also need to include the landscape as well, because this is again the cultural heritage. So it's a kind of cultural function. It's based on the symbolic and ethical relationship our communities have forged with the nature, landscape, and seasonal cycles, and the sustainable management of natural resources, particularly water. So the crops, so the farm crops coming from this area, and also the harvesting, as well as how to take out the fruit from the trees. All of these elements are included into the ICH. Of course, the fishing can be included as well, and also the livestock and how you make beef or pork out of the cattle. So the meat processing, preservation, cooking are all included here. That is the key characteristics, because again, you can never overlook the unique climate as well as the landscape of the Mediterranean the area. So this is also used in the festive events.
이런 그 공동체 속에서 가지는 정체성이나 소속감 그리고 연속성이 재건되는 메커니즘.
So the Mediterranean diet also appears the cultural spaces of festivals. So these spaces and events become the receptacles of the gesture of the mutual recognition and respect and of hospitality and the neighborliness and the conviviality and intergenerational transmission of the intercultural dialogue. Now I'd like to talk a little bit about the social and the cultural, the function of the Mediterranean diet. So of course this can be a bonding
약간
And
공동체 그 의사소통을 증진한다는 것도
it also
있고요.
can
그래서
promote
축제를
the
하면서
dialogue as well
또한
as communication among the
상징성과
members
윤리에
while
기반한 그
enjoying
문화적 기능은
the
우리 사회가
food.
자연과 경관이라든가 계절적 순환,
So I told you earlier about the
자원,
social
특히
and the
그런
cultural
물을,
function
물 관리에
because it actually
굉장히
bring people
다한
together
지역과
and
물
strengthen
관리에
social
어려움을 겪고
link.
있기 때문에
I mentioned
지주들에서
earlier that
물의 지속 가능한 관리를
sustainable management of the
행동에
natural
대해서
resources, including water,
이렇게 얘기를 해주면
is
이런
also
것들이 인류
highlighted.
사회에 기여하는 바가
So
되고
because
있다라는 거죠.
this definitely can make
자,
a
그래서
contribution
음식을
to the humanity.
영양이상의
So
의미를 두는
food
것,
means
세계적으로
more than
인정받는
nutrition.
뛰어난 그 모범 사례였다라고
I think this is a very
인정받아서
successful
지중해
case.
식사가
That is the reason why the
메디테리언
Mediterranean
다이어트가
diet
등재가
it
됐었는데,
was registered
두
in
번째 볼수 있는 것은
2013 because this is really
아르메니아의
outstanding
빵입니다.
and the globally recognized
라바시라고
model.
하는데요.
Next, I'd like to talk
이
about
그
the lavash.
라바시는
This is the
굉장히
bread from the
전통적인
Armenia.
방법으로 빵을 굽는 것이죠.
This is also
물론
very
그
traditional,
아르메니아
the
공화국
bread making,
전역에 펼쳐져서
where
자기들이
this
직접 먹는
is
빵인데,
widely
이런 그
used
빵을
in
만드는
the
방법도
Armenian
굉장히
Republic,
얇게
where this
구워서
is a very,
만드는
very thin
방법에서부터 시작을 해갖고 이걸 가족들에게
and shared
먹이기
by
위해서
all family members.
가족들의 그 식사, 건강,
And the
영양
tradition
이런
of
것들을
baking lavash
생각하면서
is
만들어내는
widespread throughout the
가장과
Republic of
어머니의
Armenia. And the
정성
lavash
이런 것들을
is a very traditional
강조해서
thin bread
아르메니아
and is
빵이라고
oblong
하는
shape and are
라바시를
quite
등재를
light. So this
하게
was
됩니다.
also registered
자, 그럼
in the
여기에서
UNESCO
아르메니아
ICH.
빵도 준비 과정도 중요해요.
But of course, the
빵이
preparation
주는
process is
의미,
important,
또
and
빵의
the
생김새 이런
significance
것까지를
as well
전부
as the
다
shape
문화적
of
표현으로
the
보는 겁니다.
bread
그래서
also can be
일상
the
음식이지만
element of
이게
the culture. This is a daily
의례
food,
음식으로서의
but at the
기능은
same
어떤
time,
음식에서
this also
빵은 어떻게
is used
의례적인 역할을 하는지도
as a kind
강조를
of
하게 되고요.
ritual
그래서
item
민속적으로
during the
이 라바시는
weddings as well as
악을
the other
몰아내고 가정의 풍요와
rituals.
정화를 가져오는 힘이 있다라고 믿는 거죠.
And in folklore,
장
lavash
공부께서도
is
우리가
believed to have the
이러한
power
그
to
의례를 통해서
destroy the
장
evil and
행복하게
bring
만들어야
abundance
되겠다라고 하는
and the
우리 어머니들의
purification to the
정성들도
home. This is
이런
very similar
이
to the Jang
라바시에서도
culture that we
강조되고
have
있는
in
바입니다.
Korea.
그래서 아르메니아의 어떤
In Armenia,
그 문화적 상징 코드로
the
이
lavash
라바시가
has
올라가게
become
됩니다.
a kind of a
또
cultural code.
멕시코 다음은
Now let me move
멕시코의
to
전통
the
요리
traditional Mexican cuisine,
해서 이제 등재를 하게 됩니다.
where this was
근데
also registered
멕시코의
in
경우도
the UNESCO
좀
ICH.
공통적으로 콩을 많이 먹는
And the
것이
Mexico
살자였고,
is also using a lot of
멕시칸
beans.
쿠진에서
And in
음식
the
자체보다
Mexican cuisine,
이들이 가지고 있는 문화적
the
어떤
cultural
요소들을
model
전통 요리에 많이
elements were also
설명을
included
보태서
because the
그래서
traditional Mexican
멕시코의 그
cuisine is a
전통적인
comprehensive
농사,
cultural model
그다음에
comprising
오래된 그
farming
의례,
and the ritual
그다음에 뭐
practices
기술,
and
조리기
age-old
조리하는 방법,
skills and the
다음에
culinary
조상을 모시는
techniques
같은 조상을
and
모시는
ancestral
공동체
community
관습이나
customs
실행 방법
and
등에서
the manners.
이 문화적 특징이 있다라는 거죠.
So they
물론
recognize the
옥수수나
value
커피나
of the
고추라고
cultural
하는 멕시코의
characteristics.
그 3대
Of course, there are three
식품을
major
이용하고는
crops
있지만
in the
여기에서 더
Mexico,
중요하게
and they use
생각되는
one
거는
of them
공동체적
to make this
식사라는
a
거,
traditional
그다음에 의례 생활의 중심적인
Mexican
위치가 있다는 거.
the cuisine.
그래서
So
멕시코의 전통 요리도
in
사실은
corn, bean, and
문화로서
chili
그
are the three main original crops in the Mexico.
네, 이것도 이제 그 어린아이들,
This
그러니까 어머니가 나이 드신 그런 그
slide
할머니가
shows how
손녀에게
the
만드는 법을 전달한다.
food culture is being handed down from their grandmothers to their daughters and then again the granddaughters. So this is not simply enjoyed by that generation itself. So maybe through the education, the traditional method is being transmitted. So when we talk about the Jang culture, we also need to emphasize how this technique is being handed down or how the value is being handed down. So again, we also need to consider these elements. I'd like to move on to the next part, which is the traditional dietary culture of Japan, washik. In Japan at that time, it had a lot of difficulties, especially the washoku. Whenever we talk about the washoku, this is
연례 의식과 긴밀하게
normally closely related to the Japanese New Year. They also emphasize that this is being still preserved. So various elements had been reviewed and considered in submitting the dossier of the workshop. So I think they successfully combined all the important elements. So they said that this is definitely related to the sense of identity of Japan and how this is being handed down to the next generation. One more thing that we need to pay attention to is, of course, that Japan had some natural disasters, including the earthquake and the tsunami at the time. So sometimes people have some concerns on the food ingredients coming from Japan. So they try to dilute that concern by launching this kind of effort for successful registration of the washoku into the UNESCO ICH. So it really emphasized that this is a very healthy diet. This is a dossier, especially when you have when you review the dossier of the Japanese washoku, you can find these hidden efforts. So they celebrate the New Year, and the washoku is being enjoyed, and again, this is being handed down to the next generation. And this is also well educated to their next generation or their children. So they even have a cooking class for the small children. Well, of course, the washik has a very high nutritional value. So through sharing culturally, socially, and the nutritionally appropriate meals that other Japanese people consume and that their ancestors enjoyed, the Japanese people strengthen their sense of belonging, thereby confirming their identity as a Japanese. So the element also contributes to healthy life, longevity, and prevention of obesity. And in terms of the social and cultural functions, the elements foster family and social bonding or cohesion among families and communities, which include the very elderly and the handicapped. So food preparation for various events by community cooperation and the mutualism, such as rice pounding, is a very good example. Now, let me move on to the gastronomic meal of the French. So overall, this gastronomic meal of a French also shares the similar value that the washoku or the Mexican cuisine and the Armenia or the Mediterranean meals have. They also emphasize the festive meal element. So they're not simply focusing on the aesthetic element. They say it has a social value and it also has a ritual role as well. So it's not it is not specifying any menu. Of course, they sometimes they use this gastronomic meal of a French as eating well. So they emphasize that they share this one when they need to celebrate the special occasions or the happy moments. So they also believe this is a kind of valuable asset, and also it represents the sense of identity. So the gastronomic meal is associated with the shared vision of eating well rather than the specific dishes. Now I'd like to talk about the kimjang and the kimchi making, and the Democratic People of North Korea also registered this one into the UNESCO ICH, and of course the Korea also put it on the list. So again, this is the sharing the culture. But this is something that you must be very much familiar with. So please allow me to skip due to the time constraints. Now I would like to talk about the common elements of the food culture inscribed in ICH. The first one is the sense of identity in the country, region, and the community. I already gave some examples, and then you will see these criteria is equally applied. And the second one is that this is a traditional but still living culture, because this is handed down from generation to generation. As you can see from this picture, the experts teach this food to the next generation. So this is again very essential part. The third one is the cohesion and the cooperation in the society. So this also can serve as a mechanism or the means for sharing, consolidation, and the communication. And the next part is the eco-friendly feature. So first of all, it should be very fresh, and it also should have a balanced nutrition, and it should come from the local ingredient, local crops. So they normally make this traditional food not with the foreign ingredients, but with the ingredients that were grown locally. And it also has the traditional wisdom. And the next part is the ritual or the ritualized food, because it also should have the cultural value. So ritualized food may include many different occasions like a New Year celebration, wedding days, family union, and ancestor worship, and annual practices. This is going to be the last part. It's a sustainable development for the global community. So to make it as an intangible cultural heritage, it should have some contribution for the sustainable development. So it should be eco-friendly. That is one of the elements. And next one is healthy food. And the next part is the cultural diversity. So again, we may face a crisis if you have simply uniformity in our culture. That's why we really highly value the cultural diversity. And the last part is the self-sufficiency within the community. So you need to grow and plant and harvest within the community. You also need to emphasize this element of the self-sufficiency within community. I just cover some of the key features, mainly 6 key features for the UNESCO ICH. So let me conclude my presentation here. Thank you very much for your
네,
attention.
말씀 고맙습니다.
Thank
교수님,
you for
저희가
your
바로
very
질의응답
informative
시간을 가질
presentation.
텐데요.
We're going
네,
to
미리
begin the
사전에 많은
Q&A
분들이 질문을 주셨습니다.
session right
몇
away.
개만
We
추려서
have
여쭤보겠습니다.
collected a lot of
이
questions, and
지역을
I'm going to collect
방문하는
just a
방문객들을
few.
위해서요.
For the
음식 문화를
tourists who
인상적으로
come here,
경험하게 할 수 있는
what
방안이 있는지 궁금한데요.
can
혹시
you
국내외
do
사례를
to
들어서
make the
음식 문화
cuisine
전문가의
culture a bit more
고견을
striking and a bit more
들어보셨습니다.
resonating to the tourists?
아까 떡볶이 얘기도 잠깐
I
나왔는데,
mentioned a little bit about the hot and
음식 문화
spicy rice
이렇게
cake
다른
called the
나라들의
Korean dish of the
사례를 보면
tteokbokki. So if you really look
사실은
around the
제일
other
먼저
countries'
중요한
cases, I think the
거는
first
우리
important
외국인들이
thing
우리가
is
정말
our
중요한 음식이고 그다음에
the Koreans
우리의
also should enjoy it,
일상생활에
and it should also
없어서는 안
should
되는
be
음식이라고
consumed
생각을
on a daily
먼저
basis.
하고 그거를
And
우리가 먼저 그거를
so this means
개발하고
that we need to
보존하는
develop,
노력이
and we also
있어야
need to
저는
preserve
외국인들도
the local dishes, so that
당연히
the
그거를
non-Koreans or the foreigners
좋아하게
also
되고
can
즐기게 되고,
appreciate and
김치가
enjoy.
결국은
I think the kimchi at
뭐
first
냄새가 나는
was perceived as slightly negative because this is too hot and spicy, but these days we see a lot of people who actually favor or love kimchi. So this means that the kimchi culture in Korea can be developed well into the future, as well as we need to make a lot of effort. So we also can be proud of the kimchi. So UNESCO also emphasized the qualification. The first one is identification. So can we really claim that this is ours? So we need to, of course, we need to have affection toward this item so that even other people can appreciate and love it. This may sound too much like a common sense level, but we need to make it with all of effort. So this is not a kind of display of the food. So we should love it, and what we love and what we really appreciate will be favored also by non-Koreans. Thank you very much.
The next question. Back in 2013, when kimchi making was designated at a UNESCO ICH, that was remarkable. But if the Jang making culture is designated at a UNESCO ICH, what would be the meaning of it? And in terms of registering, but why is it important in Northeast Asia?
첫 번째
You have actually two questions. Let me respond to the first question. First question, you want to know the consequence, the impact of the Jang culture in the UNESCO ICH. I think first of all, the Jang making or Jang culture can be better promoted once this is registered into the UNESCO ICH. I think this culture also can be well expanded and spread to outside. So let me give an example of the kimchi, because kimchi also emphasize sharing it with other people, or we also make a lot of kimchi and then sometimes give away to the disadvantaged people within the society. Of course, you can share it with the neighbors, and we also can share it with the elderly people who cannot make a kimchi themselves. So this can be a very, very outstanding culture, and this can be actually widespread. I definitely believe that this can make a great contribution. And I think, of course, everybody knows that the bean is a very beneficial, and people also know that the fermented food is a very beneficial. But at the same time, we also need to emphasize advantages of the jang, because it has a social meaning, and it also serves as a kind of ritual food, and we also can learn something from the natural landscape. So again, we can have a chance to better review the value that it has. So that way, definitely this can be qualified for the ICH. Well, you mentioned that why the Asian countries are so much competitive in registering, because there are so many cultures they really are proud of, and the Northeast Asia, including Korea, China, Japan, have a very good conditions. And of course, I know that we are in a way well prepared, because we can afford it, because in Japan as well as in Korea, we actually started this effort from the 1991, and of course the China is following us, but they're slightly lagging behind, but they also catch up. So we have all the favorable environment to make it possible. So of course the intelligence, of course the knowledge people make a proposal, and there's a kind of social pressure as well, because they understand the value.
Thank you for your answer, ladies and gentlemen. Another big round of applause to Professor Ham for her very nice presentation. You may return to your seat, Professor Ham. Thank you. And next up, we're going to invite up to the stage Professor Emeritus Yoon Dugin from the Culinary Management Department at Catholic Kwangdong University, who will be talking about Tujang culture in Northeast Asia and intangible cultural heritage value of Korean traditional Tang culture. Please give a big round of applause.
네, 안녕하세요.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. As introduced, I am Professor Emeritus from Catholic Kwangdong University. Today I'm going to be talking about the Tujang culture in Northeast Asia and the Korean traditional Chang culture. So all in all, the intangible cultural heritage value of these two, of Tujang culture in Northeast Asia and traditional Chang culture in Korea. Looking at the presentations, I saw some overlapping areas with Professor Choi, for example. So I'm sure that Professor Choi is going to be going over those areas in depth. So I'm going to be skipping over the overlapping parts and focus on Korea's traditional Jang culture and its value as an intangible cultural heritage.
목차는 지금 이런 식으로 돼 있는데요.
The table of contents is as follows. I have quite a extensive report here.
교류 양상을
I've looked at the 3 Northeast Asian countries and looked at the exchanges. For example, in the beginning, people thought that Jang originated in Korea, and there were literature bases for that. And after that, it was said that it went from China to Korea, China to Japan, and then from Korea to Japan. These types of exchanges and relationships in terms of trading is started in the Chosun Age, the Edo Age, and the Tang Age. So I would like to identify these different types of exchanges and differentiate. So this is my table of contents. What I'm going to be focusing on is the origin of Jang, the identity of Jang, and the exchanges of Jang in Northeast Asia throughout the ages and years. As you know, Jang is used as a seasoning or condiment to season or add flavor to foods. We mostly use salt, but salt contains just the salty flavor, but Jang provides the flavor or savoriness provided by amino acids, so it's better than salt in that sense. In the narrow definition, we mostly talk about soy sauce when I talk about Jang, but in the broader definition, Jang also includes soy sauce, 된장, 막장, 청국장, 즙장, 고추장, 어장, and other different types of Jang. So in my presentation, I'm going to be using the broader definition of Jang, not the narrow definition.
그리고 그 앞서 그 함 교수님께서
Professor Ham also talked about this,
제가 이제 하고자 하는 부분 중에
and that leads into my presentation and serves as a reference point.
먼저 저는 이제 한국의 장을 말씀드리면서 우리 장이
I'm going to be talking about Korean Jang and talking about the features, unique features of Korean Jang. And I would like to refer to the fact that Korean Jang was designated as a National Intangible Cultural Heritage in 2018. It was designated because of its long and rich history dating back to ancient times, a possibility that it offers to study Korean culinary culture and tradition, and the fact that it was passed down to future generations so that Koreans can partake either directly or indirectly in this Jang making. Unlike the Jang making in China and Japan, the Jang is developed from bean harvesting fermented soybean blocks or meju and ripening and fermenting processes. This is a process that is solely unique to Korea, not found anywhere else, either in Japan or China. Of course, Japan keeps the original form, but mostly the Jang is made from particles. But what we do is we steam the beans, so that's what makes Jang unique in Korea, unlike the powdered Jang in other countries. After we make the meju, what we do is we use 간장, and we can make 간장 and doenjang together. That's another feature unique to Korea that is not found in Japan or China. We also use the base soy sauce or the old base soy sauce or Jang, and we layer on top of it. This is a very contentious issue, actually. Some people say that there are base sauces dating back 450 years, and some people say that it was a rite of sorts. Some famous families also say that they shied away from and didn't want to mix the sauces or tang. So this is the cultural diversity in a sense, but the base sauce or original sauce or original tang is something that this is identifies Korean tang. And the intangible cultural heritage that UNESCO looks at is a bit different from what we look at from a Korean perspective. It emphasizes reinventing. In tang making in Korea, it's very diverse. And we can see that there has been endless reinventing efforts throughout the years, and it thereby provides a sense of identity and continuity that increases respect for cultural diversity and creativity. So listing as a UNESCO ICH may be difficult just in and of itself as tutang, but looking into what tutang is, it definitely is in line with UNESCO's definition of intangible heritage. I personally think that the traditional tang features in Korea are quite multivariate. So I'd like to introduce you to the unique characteristics of traditional tang in Korea that can't be found anywhere else. Families used to choose auspicious days. For example, we still do that for certain events in Korea. You would choose a good day or an auspicious day, and that was the case back then when you made tang in Korea in history. And if the flavor of the tang went bad, it was considered a bad omen. That was why housewives would make sure that the jars were maintained. But that also good management is also still important in making tang in modern day Korea. After making the tang, they would hang straw ropes around the crocks or jars and would hang poson or Korean socks upside down and would float red peppers or charcoal on the sauce. These offer shamanistic properties, but it also helps sterilize or keep the tang condition better. I wasn't sure whether I wanted to talk about this, but when we do kimchi making, what we do is we have the spirit of communal sharing. So we come together to make kimchi in Korea. That's the tradition. But for tang, it's a little bit different. Because mostly in Korea, what we used to do was we used to close the gates and lock them up. People wouldn't want to entertain visitors on tang making days, and sometimes housewives would have to cover their mouths with cloths. Of course, this may be just folklore, but this does show the importance of tang making and to preserve and retain it as a family secret. This feature is not found in kimchi making. So this can be viewed in a negative light and criticized, but I believe that this can also be interpreted in a very positive manner. As I will enumerate towards the end of my presentation, this is a sort of closed off type of culture, but from the more broader perspective, I want to call this pluralism. This means that every family, every household has their own unique sauce and tang and flavor. So compared to kimchi, pluralism or multiplicity has been retained in tang. Base tang or sauce is also a part of that pluralism that we can find or diversity that we can find in tang making. I also contemplated whether or not to include this as well, but even now, some traditional families still say that they would give the tang to their relatives, but not to their daughters who are married, because this is a very family centered practice. This also can be viewed in a positive light. It's not all negative. It shows the family centered practice and the importance on family, because daughters are considered to not be part of the family anymore once they marry. They're taken into their husband's family. So I looked at the records, and what I saw was that daughters would come and help their families make the tang, but still they wouldn't give the tang to their daughters. This is really striking, and if that is unique to Korea, what we can do is we can interpret this as emphasizing or a testament to the family centered practices in Korea. This can also be found elsewhere in the first recipe book of Korea, titled 음식 지미방, which was released in the 17th century. It says, daughters can take anything but this recipe book. It says that daughters cannot take this recipe book. Of course, they're not kept from using these recipes. They can, of course, copy this recipe down in writing and take it, but the book itself cannot be taken out of the family. This shows the very strong roots that remain in these types of very traditional Korean families or head of family households. You also traditionally make tang when you are pregnant with a daughter. And there is a Korean saying that if you make noodles for your daughter's wedding with the sauce you made when you were pregnant with her, then the daughter will have a very happy married life. This is, of course, a saying or culture from the Joseon dynasty, but this really shows the importance of the base sauce. In hopes that the daughter has a happy married life, using this old base sauce and making the noodle. This was considered important. As Professor Lim enumerated in his dissertation about kimchi making being registered at UNESCO, I would like to emphasize some of his work. And he focused on culinary and culinary management and cuisine. In terms of culture, Professor Lim explored the process of registering kimchi making. The making process, the recipe, this is the area of focus. So what he wanted to do was create a folklore report about this to emphasize the importance of the history and the meaning that surrounds it, identity, so on and so forth. So that is why we made the kimchi making ethnography, because most of the information focused on the ingredients and how to make kimchi itself. So I think we should replicate that for Jang culture as well.
그 부분이고요. 그래서 이제 제가 안으로 미리 좀 말씀을 드리면
So to give you some recommendations or proposals for an ethnography of Jang culture, what I would like to propose is the Northeast Asia's cultural identity, or more specifically, Korea's cultural identity. So, for example, the spirit of caring and giving and making food out of love. Third, using the base sauce and layering it. These are all of the characteristics and features as an intangible cultural heritage of our Jang culture. On top of that, the close nature of family-oriented recipes of Jang making should be interpreted. But in what way? That is important. Also, not giving the sauce to married daughters, but inviting the daughters to make the Jang. For outside family members not giving this sauce, how are we going to interpret and incorporate this into this ethnography? And next, this concept of 장독대 or storage bowls, we bury this in the ground. 어육장 is buried for about a year, and within some Jang is also stored for a very long time, but this culture is also found in China and other countries as well. So it's not unique to Korea. And also the Jang is placed at the very center of the table when setting the table in Korean culture. There's always a sauce, even if the food itself is seasoned, so you have a Jang at the very center of the table. That's another feature characteristic of Korea's Jang culture. Also, since we were an agriculture-based country, we used rice straw. For example, you would use rice straw in Japan as well when you make natto. These are some commonalities we can find in the cultures between our countries and some that are unique to Korea's Jang culture. And with that said, I would like to dive into the main part of my presentation. Since I've given you this background, some of the elements of Korean Jang culture, what we need to ponder and think about in order to register Korean Jang culture as a UNESCO intangible cultural heritage. So next up is the main body of my presentation. I'm going to be starting with the origin of Daedu or soybean. I refer to two of Professor Troy's dissertations, so this part has some overlaps with his presentation that we're going to be hearing later on. So I'm going to be going over the overlapping parts, skipping it, and emphasizing just some bits and pieces. It's said that Korea is the origin of soybean or dujang, but unfortunately, most of the documents originate and started in China. You'll see here around in the middle part, but in Korea, excuse me, just a moment. I seem to have lost my page.
이게 어떻게 되는 거지? 앞으로 안 가나? 예, 빨강. 네, 있습니다.
Yes, I've got it.
예, 됐습니다. 그래서 문헌이 다 중국
So going back to my presentation, most of the literature starts in China.
안타깝죠.
That is quite unfortunate.
처음에
But at first,
처음에 콩이라고 하는 글자가
the letter soy itself used to not be tu, but was actually suk. in 6th century BC and then changed to 두 later on. And we use the word 대두 when we talk about beans. And the beginning of this terminology is in the Xigyong, Chinese Xigyong in 6th century BC. There's a term 임숙 in the Xigyong, and this originates from 융숙, according to Xigyong. On the side here, you see that in the early 7th century BC, in 산동성, what is now 산동성, or 제, bean was brought from the Sanyung area or south of Manju that was dominated and called Yungsu. So this really shows how a testament to how bean did not originate in China, and there are a lot of literature that says beans are grains of the north. And it also says there is a country called Han in the southern mountain regions of Sansosong, and they only eat beans. So these are all literature scribings that show the origin of beans. Next, I'm going to be moving on to tujang. The definition of tujang literally focuses on beans. Bean is the main focus. And then you add water and salt. And in parentheses, I've written grains. Why? Because some countries use only beans, but other countries may use wheat or rye or wheat or barley or glutinous rice, but we use just beans. Of course, there are countries and areas that use only beans and some that don't. This is all different. But as I said, the samgayuruk, which is the first recipe in Korea, doesn't use 100% beans. There are recipes that use grains in tujang as well. So this is also a testament to the also evidences the exchanges between our countries. But we do say that the 100% bean tujang originated in Korea. Duanjang and gochujang, these two are the only ones that do not use 100% beans, then use a bit of grain as well. So tujang is made from beans, water, and salt. And China and Japan mostly use grain in their tujang. In Japan, during the Nara age, the 100% bean tujang first appears. But right now in Japan, all the tujang made in Japan uses grains. So in the beginning, it was introduced in Korea, but afterwards, Japan went in almost the same direction of tujang making as China did. And tujang records first are shown in China, but China's chang, as you can see here, are yukjang, or made from meat, based on meat. Our tang, of course, during the Han Age, was disseminated, but yukjang was the beginning in China, and we started not with yukjang but with 100% bean tujang, and that still remains in Korea. And in Japan, during the Nara age, or during the 8th century, 100% bean tujang was in existence, but now in modern day Japan, it's similar to China. in that it's not 100% beans and they use grains in their jujang. I only have about 5 minutes left, so I think I'm going to have to wrap up. So I'm going to skip over some pages and go over towards the categorization and exchanges of jujang. Starting in 683, Jang and Xi first emerges in the documents during the King Shinmun age in the categories for wedding items. And the interpretation is Mejushi, and some people call it Cheonggukjangshi. So it's all different, but in the beginning, it was just in the Meju form or the block form when we talked about Xi. But in the 15th and 16th century, the terminology Cheonggukjang came about so that Xi now became Cheonggukjang. Back in 683, that's the beginning of Xi in Korea. That's what I wanted to emphasize. And I also talked about this before. The Sanga Yorok is the first document that documents Xi in Korea, which was published in 1450. What I want to emphasize here is 전시. And 전시 shows that you need 3 mal of black beans, 1 tue of nuruk, and 3 tue of salt. And dunk the beans in. And because the form of the bean is preserved, it is quite similar to jushi in China right now. But afterwards, that 전시 or shi also transformed into Beju or the block form. So all in all, even back in the 15th century, you can see the elements that originated from the exchanges with China, the impact or effects of exchanges that you can see in the documents dating back to the 15th century. And the 농사직설 was published a little bit before the 산가요록, but this is one of the earliest books about agriculture. It was drafted focusing on Korea's unique characteristics, and here we don't see 100% bean tujang, not necessarily because of China, but because of the characteristics of 구황장. We would use the bean encasings, the bean stalks as well. So you can't say that it's not exactly 100% bean tujang. I would also like to talk about the base tang. As I said, some major families and traditional families in Korea say that they have base sauces that date back 400 years. We also had oyukjang as well. Kwon Gi-yuk, a famous Korean food expert, talks about yukjang. I told you that yukjang was the beginning in China, but we also had yukjang in Korea as well. These are pictures of me making jang. You'll see that the salt content needs to be there, and you have the cloth that you are streaming it with, and then you mush it to make this doenjang. All of these processes are unique to Korea. I'm going to skip over a few pages and move on to Japan. And Japan was actually the country among the 3 where Tujang culture developed the latest. If we talk about Japanese tang right now, we believe that Japan is the country with the most developed Jang culture in modern day. But if you look back through the records, you'll see that Japanese people, it says that Japanese people were healthy because they ate beans 9 times a day. But it was only in the 15th century that beans were actually consumed by the general public. So this shows how Korea actually led in the more mass production of Jang. And back in the 1400s, Japan really began to take off in terms of Jang tradition, and that was the age of merchants and commercial development. So it can be interpreted as Jang develops in line with the developments of society and history. Not necessarily just because people are more interested in Jang. And towards the end of my presentation about Japan's jujang, as sushi gained worldwide popularity, Japan's sushi sauce gained international attention. It's like you'll see this type of folklore culture in Japan of making this Jang. To wrap up my presentation, I want to leave you with a few words. In Northeast Asia's Tujang culture, in Korea, China, and Japan, were all different in its form and type, but developed from a lot of exchanges. You can see that Korean literature about Jujang refers to Chinese culture a lot. So it shows the extent of the effect Chinese tradition and culture had on Korean Jang culture. And in Japan, the sushi Jang or sushi soy sauce gained popularity throughout the world a bit later on, more than Korea and China. As I said before, Korea has its very unique properties in terms of the making process or the ingredients of jujang. For example, the base sauce as well is very unique to Korea. So I would like to see all of these unique elements that you can find in Korea when we are looking to register our Jang culture on the UNESCO ICH. Thank you for your presentation, and we're going to now cover some questions. You've given a very thorough presentation, but if you look at the questions we have, Korea has some features that are distinctive from other Northeast Asian countries. Could you talk about these distinctive characteristics and how they came to be and the timing? The answer to this question is all listed here in my presentation. What sets Korea's tradition apart is shown in different literature as well. But for example, we have a very long history of Tujang. The Tujang culture also contributed to the societal values in Korea as well. The base sauce that is used for layering or creating 2 types of Jang out of 1 pot or jar is unique to Korea's Tujang culture that has created cultural practices and norms in Korea. Tujang culture developed to this extent in Korea mostly because we had abundant ingredients to make Tujang. And because the ingredients originated in Manchu, Korea is rich in the ingredients that are needed to make Jujang. During the end of Joseon dynasty, if you look at the diaries of Muam, you'll see that Jujang was used as a gift. For example, rice was the number 1 gift, and the number 2 gift that people would mostly give was beans. And Professor Choi also talked about this in his dissertations as well. But even during the Neolithic era, this bean making or bean based Tujang culture can be found. The culture of using beans, so a very long standing history. So we're moving on to the next question. Our three countries, Korea, China, and Japan, have their own ways of making and fermenting and using the Tujang. Our dietary culture has changed, however, throughout the years. How can we reinvent or shed new light on Tujang in modern culinary culture? That's actually an extremely tricky question. I've actually been to China quite frequently, but I've only written 2 dissertations or so regarding China because of the expansive landmass of China. It's so expansive and broad, so I thought that I didn't have enough knowledge to research or write about China with just a very small perspective or just visiting one region. When we talk about Korean Jang, as I showed you in the pictures, we mostly think about doenjang other than soy sauce. But in China, what they did was they would throw away the soy sauce and just keep the doenjang and not the kanjang. But in Korea, both are used, or people would just make the doenjang itself without having to get the kanjang out of it. We also have different types of bakjang in Korea as well. We also have pyeolmijang in Korea. The reason for that, we have tambukjang, cheonggukjang, and other different types of these tang. The reason for these different types of tang is not because we love love the diversity of these different types of tang. It's because it takes about 40 to 60 days or even up to 6 months to ferment and separate the doenjang from the kanjang. And throughout that long period, you don't have tang to eat. So that is why people made the pyeolmijang, because they didn't have the tang to eat during the fermentation process. We have this wide array of this tang. In Japan, however, the start of Tujang was with the introduction of Buddhism in the 6th century. The yukjang that was popular in China in the 6th century with Buddhism mostly changed to tujang, using beans instead of meat. But the tujang in Japan was not 100% bean like in Korea, but used powder forms to make the tujang. So Japan's tujang is very similar to China's tujang, was very similar to China's tujang, but Japan is now known as the major country of soy sauce, but that was after the 15th and 16th century, which was when Japan really expanded their influence and power. This is also in line with the development of commerce during that time as well. And in modern days, with the globalization of sushi as a cuisine and food, Japan is known for its soy sauce, and its different subcategories have developed widely in Japan. The beginning of tang in Japan, so therefore, was yukjang or meat-based sauce, but has changed. What we call shi, as I said before, what we call cheonggukjang right now is the grainy cheonggukjang. In Korea, our cheonggukjang is quite sticky, but in Japan, dushi or their cheonggukjang is actually not that sticky. Japan natto is famous in Japan, but Japan doesn't have the sticky bacillus bacteria-based cheonggukjang. They have dry dushi or wet dushi, but not stickiness. They do have dry dushi in Japan that is always used. You would boil water and put the dushi in and consume that. The 두 간장 and different types of oyster sauce and seasoning sauces have originated from these different types of sauces in Northeast Asia. So there isn't a country in the world that hasn't been influenced by Chinese cuisine, which is why China's Jang
네, 교수님, 저희가
diversified.
지금 유튜브 생중계로 실시간 질문이 들어왔는데요. 하나만
We
더
have a question
여쭤보겠습니다.
that we've just gotten
한중일의
live.
장
One last
문화가
question.
많이
So,
다른데
the
혹시
Tang culture is very
영양학적으로도
different between the
많은
three
차이가
countries. Do you
있는지
think that the nutritional value is also different as well between your three countries, Tang?
글쎄요. 보통 우리가 영양학적으로
Let's
세
see.
나라가
Mostly, if we talk about Korea, China, and Japan, are you talking about the nutritional value or the
글쎄, 제가 지금 직답을 드리기는
nutrition
어려워요. 우리가 콩이 가지고
in all of
있는
these three countries? Well, I think I can't really give a good answer to that right now, but the plant-based protein and the amino acid properties that are in the tujang, that those are the benefits. And if you talk about those types of benefits, then the nutrients benefits lie in the protein. But the cons of the tang would probably be its saltiness.
그래서 그 식욕을 줄이기 위해서 그 단맛을 가미한다든지 이런 것도
So
있는데
sometimes
그
sweetness
이용도에
is
따라
added
조금
as well to
그거를
cover the
영양적으로
saltiness.
무슨
But in terms of
영양소를
nutritional
얻기
value,
위해서
I'm not sure if I'm an expert on that
섭취를 한다,
matter.
그거는 조금 아닌 것 같고요.
I don't think that we consume tujang just for its nutrient properties. I think it's mostly for the color that it gives the food, the savoriness, and the flavor that it gives the food. I think that's why we eat
답변
tujang.
고맙습니다.
Thank you for
수고해주신
your
교수님께
answer. Let's
박수
give
부탁드립니다.
Professor Yoon another big round of applause for her very informative presentation.
네, 저희가 다음 세션에 이어가기 앞서 잠시
Before
휴식
we
시간을
begin our
가지겠습니다.
next session,
휴식을
we're going to have a
취하시고
short
3시
coffee break.
50분부터 다시 시작하도록
Please enjoy your
하겠습니다.
break and be back
이번
by
장문화 프롬 저희가 다양한
3:50.
이벤트를 준비하고
We have
있는데요.
a variety
현재
of
시청하고
different
계시는
events.
스트리밍 페이지 하단에서 이벤트 정보 찾아보실
You
수
can
있습니다.
see
다시
the
한번
list of
여러분의
events
많은
that we
참여
have
부탁드리고요.
prepared for you at the bottom
사전
of our YouTube
동정자분들은
page that
발표 시청
on which we
화면을
are live
각각
streaming right now.
캡처하셔서
If
현재 화면에서
you take a
보이시는
screen capture
QR코드나
of
유튜브
the
스트리밍
screen that
페이지
you are
하단에
watching
안내되어
right
있는
now and send
주소로
it to the QR
시청
code that you see
인증사진을
or the address that is
보내주시면
on the bottom
추첨을
of the
통해
YouTube
모바일
page,
온누리
we're going to
상품권
have a raffle and
보내드립니다.
send you
그리고 온라인으로
onuri
시청
gift
중이신
cards.
분들도 선물 드릴 텐데요.
Those of you
실시간 댓글창을 통해
online,
질문을 보내주시면 추첨을
if
통해
you
역시 모바일
enter
온누리
or type in
상품권
questions or
보내드리니 많은
comments
시청
in the comment section of our
부탁드립니다.
YouTube page, we'll also
당첨자는
be giving
행사가
out gift
끝난
cards
후에
or vouchers
한식진흥원
as well.
페이스북 공식
So make
계정을
sure
통해
that you
확인
log on to
부탁드리겠습니다.
our Facebook,
또한
official Facebook
코로나19의
account to check
예방과
whether
확산
you are a
방지를
winner or
위해
not.
필히 마스크를 착용해
And everyone,
주시고요.
please make sure
손
that you
소독제는 등록
keep your
데스크와
face
행사장
masks
입구에
on
배치돼
during
있으니
the
자유롭게
break,
이용해
and
주시기
there are hand
바랍니다.
sanitizers
서로 대화를
and
나누실 때는
wet
가벼운
towels
인사로 대신해
outside, so
주시고요.
make sure you
혹시라도
use them.
기침이나 발열 등 의심 증상이
If you
있으시면
have any
즉시
respiratory
방문
symptoms,
데스크로
please make
방문해
sure
주시기
that you
바랍니다.
let our staff members know.
교수님, 교수님,
예,
네, 혹시 말씀 들리실까요?
예, 들리는데요.
네, 교수님 말씀
예, 얘기는
들리는데
들립니다.
소리가 조금 작게 들려가지고,
지금도 작아요?
네, 다시 한 번만
지금은
말씀
어때요?
네, 잠시만요. 한 번만 말씀 다시 부탁드릴게요.
예, 수고 많으십니다.
네, 괜찮습니다. 네, 요 상태로 해서 조금 있다가 네, 시작하고 나서 이제 발표해 주시면 되고요. 요 지금 PPT 띄워주신 거는 요 지금 글씨체 다 바꾸신 거죠?
아, 예, 예. 이건 내가 띄운 건데 그쪽에서 띄워준다 않겠습니까?
네네, 맞아요. 저희 쪽에서도 띄워집니다. 네.
띄워주는데 내가 가지고 있는 건 내 혼자만 본다 않겠습니까?
네?
내가 가지고 있는 PPT는 내 혼자서만
네,
보는
맞습니다.
것이라고 했죠?
네네, 맞아요.
다른 사람한테는 안 보인다는 거죠?
네네, 저희가 이제 맞춰서 이렇게 띄워드려요. 네네.
네. 그러면 아직도 비디오 시작하라고 지금 요청이 왔네요.
네, 지금부터 오후
Ladies and gentlemen,
세션을
we will now begin the afternoon
시작하겠습니다.
session of today's
지금부터는 주제
International
발표가
Academic
이어질
Forum.
텐데요.
We're now going to
이번
have
시간에는
three presentations.
현문화재청
Next
무형문화재위원이시자
up, we're going to be hearing
안동대학교
from
민속학과
the president
교수님이시죠.
of the Intangible
배영동
Cultural Heritage
교수님께서
Committee and
가장 오래된 한민족
under the
음식
Cultural
된장의
Heritage
문화적
Administration, Professor
전통과
Bae Young-dong
의미라는 주제로
from
발표해
the Department of
주시겠습니다.
Folklore from
실시간
Andong
화상 연결을
University. He
통해
is
이번
going to be
포럼에 참석해
talking
주셨는데요.
about
교수님을 화면으로 만나보겠습니다.
cultural tradition and meaning of the oldest Korean food, doenjang. Please give him a big round of applause.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bae Young-dong, who was just introduced.
저는 이제 된장이라고 했는데
Well, I mentioned doenjang in my title, but sometimes the doenjang includes 간장. So please bear that in mind when I mention doenjang.
민족 음식이라는 것이
Well, national food. What is a national food?
삼민족
And
가운데서
among the Korean national food, what is the oldest one? Sometimes I ask this question, and I also find hard time to respond to this question, because national food is the food shared among the Korean people from ancient times, and it is a kind of accumulated traditional culture. So among the basic, among the Korean Asian food, maybe the doenjang is the oldest one. Of course, we have a rice or pop. This is the main staple, but it may sound very much comprehensive. So at least we need to point the doenjang as a national food when we talk about the national food. That's because the doenjang has been enjoyed by the Korean people since three nation period. So among the other nation food, I think the doenjang enjoys the most solid status among the national food. And production and consumption on doenjang generally perceived as a Korean traditional culture and lifestyle, because this actually shows a differentiation against other countries. Doenjang is a very usual side dish and is a very useful way to better understand the daily life of Koreans. As you know, the main ingredient of doenjang includes the beans and the salt. Well, I think this was mentioned previously by other speakers. And Professor Choi Kyung will talk a little bit more, because this is one of his specialty area. The original place of the production, the kong is or bean is Manchuria and the Korean peninsula, and we have a very favorable natural and geographic condition for growing and consuming beans. And beans are very easy to grow and offer abundant harvest, which gives a high cultivation payoff. And bean is made of more than 30% or 40% of protein, and the grain size of bean is big enough to become a main staple as well as a side dish at the same time. Of course, you can make rice, and you also can make a tofu by using doenjang. So beans definitely can satisfy conditions for both main dish and the side dish at the same time. This is the study done by Professor Choi Kyung. So please allow me to quote what he has studied. I believe he will cover the details later on. We have a Chemin Yosul. This is the agriculture technical the journals. This is the oldest Chinese farming technique manual published in the early 6th century. And this introduced yellow bean, yellow cordia bean, and the black cordia bean, and the greenish yellow bean, as well as a bidu. And the journals actually introduced these different type of the beans. And another study done by Kim Jong-un showed more than 900 different types of the soybeans in Korean Peninsula. So this means that any food made of the soybean first started in the Koguryo. So again, the doenjang is the most representative food made of the soybean that was first invented in the Koguryo. And now let me introduce the study by Kim Ki-hong. And during the earlier Han and later Han period, Jang was made with bean, and this food was perceived to be foreign and was said to come from a foreign country. So Jang was widely made in Manchuria and northern part of the Korean peninsula, where beans were very usual and common, and then disseminated into China. And another data, this is the Dongi section, especially Korea chapter in Dongi section in Three Nation History. So people in Korea like something clean, meaning that they're very good at making brewing alcohol, which can be interpreted that they had good skill in making fermented food. And in the new book of Tang, in 11th century, it says that the Zhenjiang was recorded as a specialty product from Palhe. And in case of the 10th century Japanese classification book, it shows that Maljang is a Jang from Goguryeo, and it derives from Jang of Goguryeo, and the Maljang is the same as miso. And in I think these days, the Jang or the Meju sometimes is exchanged very seldomly exchanged as a gift. Well, of course, this is used as a kind of ritual food on the table, but before, because this was also introduced uh, during the Shilla dynasty, because when they get married, especially when King Shimmu got married, he sent the original Chang to his bride. The Denjang in Koguryo and Shilla went to the Japan, and this also can be found in the historic record. So Jang from Koguryo was disseminated to the Japan, and at the same time, Araiseki in the 17th century, he's the naturalist, also mentioned that the Maljang of Koguryo came to Japan. And he also said there's a linguist, Kanazawa, he said the Japanese miso derives from Maljang of the Shilla dynasty and or mejo during the Koryo dynasty. And this is also same as the mejo during the modern Choson dynasty. Now I'd like to talk about how you make chang. So you make the soybean lump. This is a kind of annual event among all family members. In our generation, especially looking back my younger days, it definitely the measure making or the doenjang making is the annual event. So you first start with the making the soybean lump. So you need to select the fortunate day, and this also has a very significant meaning. So all family members join together to boil the soybean, and we all help boiling the soybean. So this is again annual event for the family. Let me give one example. Especially when you choose the date for the decision making, especially in the Gai village of the Pungcheon County in Andong-si, they actually review the day's fortune. So when they choose the day, they prefer hairy animal days such as chicken, horse, and the pig, and they try to avoid non-hairy animal days such as snake and dragon based on the zodiac sign animals. So again, this is a criteria also is applied to the date of the making zhang and also boiling down the zhang. Now let's talk about the making a soybean lump. This is maybe too familiar to you, and I don't need to explain about this in detail. But it has been a kind of custom, and especially as a Korean, as something that everybody knows. So even the Korean residents living overseas would know how to make soybean, or at least they have heard of how to make a soybean. This means that this is a very, very important or the crucial part of the Korean food culture. So you make a soybean lump, so you make it dry, and after some time, you can see the mold. Of course, this is a edible mold, and then it goes under, I mean, the fermentation. So this is the basic process of making soybean. So you make a soybean lump and make a soybean lump. So this is a kind of tough job. So sometimes the all family members, including head of family and the sons, are also mobilized to make jang. We also see the passing down of the technique of making jang, normally from mother-in-law to a daughter-in-law. Making jang is traditionally led by elderly ladies within the family who have more experiences in housework, and the young females learn how to make a jang from their mothers before they get married. And even after they get married, I mean, of course, even they learn from their own mom, they also learn to make it by helping their mother-in-laws for several years after they get married. So when they're single, they learn from their mothers, and once they get married, they learn it again from their mothers-in-law. So this is also another very important part of the food culture. However, especially when we conduct the study on the jang making in the household, we also see kind of the difficulties as well as differences. And not all the household can make jang. That's because they don't have enough salt or soybeans, so they cannot make a jang. Especially in the early 20th century, we sometimes witness this kind of situation. The price of the salt was quite high, and the supply of the salt was not very smooth. Sometimes there is see the lack of the supply to make jang. And sometimes we see the lacking amount of the soybean, so they are forced to mix it together with the rice chaff called the 등겨 and make it the 등겨. This is one way to increase the total amount of the jang. And sometimes they also add a lot of water and make 물장 or watery jang. Again, this is one way to increase the total volume of jang. And sometimes they make a jang or juicy jang as a kind of specialty. So depending on the situation of the household, they have a different practice in making the jang. So again, we sometimes see the discrepancies or the differences in making jang depending on each household. Of course, sometimes they don't make it not because they don't like to make it. They can make it just because they do not have sufficient resources to make a jang. Now, let me talk about the Koreans living overseas. Sometimes they live in China or the Central Asia. Almost every year they make doenjang, even though they live overseas. So this is the kind of story that we hear very frequently. Well, especially the Korean Chinese, I mean the second generation or the third generation, still take doenjang soup. So over time, sometimes the Han and the people, I mean the Han or the Chinese people also take doenjang because they also see their neighbors of Korean Chinese take it. So sometimes they put the dried cabbage into the doenjang and make a soup. So they call it shirakjang, meaning the jang with the dried cabbage. So again, this has become a very common food or the diet for them. And even the Russians or the Kazakhstan order the doenjang from the Korean the people, and they consume it. Of course, they also accept the Korean food and enjoy this Korean food, including the doenjang. So of course, there's always vice versa. You take the other exotic food and vice versa. So after 19th century, especially the late 19th century, the Korean people migrated to the Manchuria as well as Central Asia. So doenjang also eventually went together with them. But you also need to have a right condition for growing the beans. So as long as the geographical condition allow them to grow and plant the soybean, definitely they can make doenjang. So that also depends on the environment that they live. Now I'd like to talk about the status and the identity of doenjang in terms of the food culture. So what is the perception of on doenjang by Korean people? Please take a look at this slide. So again, doenjang is very, very beneficial to our health. Well, this is a very healthy food, and this also gives you energy and the power. So please take a look at this table. Koreans have diverse side dishes. So I actually have the vertical X as well as the horizontal X. So left hand side shows giving no energy, and the right hand side shows they're giving a lot of energy. And the top part shows the very tasty, and the bottom part says not very tasty. So imagine that you take rice with the kimchi and the doenjang, and then the doenjang position. Of course, I mean, doenjang itself is a very usual and common food, but this is slightly tilted to the right-hand side of this quadrant, meaning that this gives energy. And I will talk about this one in detail later on. But of course, it's there's no point of denying that this is very tasty. So we have other Korean traditional food in the bottom left quadrant of this table. So in case of the seasonal vegetable soup or the barley rice cake, they are not very tasty and it gives no energy. But doenjang is positioned in the opposite side. Doenjang is very frequently consumed. I would say it's actually number one. And it also offers diverse application. And it's very usual food, readily available anytime, anywhere by anyone all around the year. And even without any dish, you still can have the meal with the doenjang. So you can easily make a stew or thick stew or light soup. And the doenjang is an extremely ordinary side dish beyond any social classes, any reason or seasonality. So it's not very highly premium dish, nor too shabby or poor dish. However, doenjang was not included into the ritual food, demonstrating that the doenjang is such a simple and usual food consumed almost every day. Well, there's a highlighted uh, line here. You cannot get strong only with eating a seasonal vegetable. So you should eat doenjang. So this is the saying that was repeated over and over by our and my mother's generation or the older generation, because doenjang is rich in protein. So maybe they have this kind of wisdom based on their own experiences, because doenjang is perceived as a food offering high energy among other daily food. So that's why I highlighted it with the blue color in the center of my slide. So in the daily diet where meat and fish are very rare, doenjang is an important source for energy and strength. So it symbolizes power and health. So during poor harvest years and during season of spring poverty, people still could sustain their living by relying on doenjang. Well, what if you only have a seasonal vegetable without mixing it with the doenjang? This is what our old generation does. If you have a seasonal vegetable only, then you may have some swelling on your body. However, if you mix doenjang together with the seasonal vegetable, then you would not have that kind of symptoms. So again, doenjang definitely is a source of energy for survival. Now let me move on and then talk a little bit about the taste of doenjang. Well, how would you describe the taste of the doenjang? Well, first of all, I think doenjang has a kind of gusu taste, meaning you feel very much comfortable in your stomach after taking it. Marvin Harris, he's an anthropologist in the United States, and then he says that the preference and resistance against food comes from the people's fundamental way of thinking, emphasizing the importance of a cultural perception on food. So among all other food, I think the doenjang really has a very, very mild and comfortable taste. And we also have the doenjang soup, and this also gives you a very pleasant and comfortable taste or feeling in your stomach. So that's why people get almost addicted to doenjang, and then they keep taking doenjang. So it has a very pleasant and comfortable taste. Well, of course, you can have it raw, and you can make a stew, or you can make a soup. And the taste may vary depending on the kind of ingredient or the sauce that you put in. But overall, the doenjang's taste is very pleasant and comfortable. I think the taste of doenjang is a sort of converged taste for Korean food. So it's not bitter or it's not just sweet. So you cannot have a very single expression on the doenjang taste. So again, it's a kind of all combined comprehensive taste. So I would say that doenjang is a kind of a crucible of all the taste. And it has a combined taste of the several different taste. And sometimes you have a sense of bonding or belonging by understanding if some people has a right expression of the doenjang taste. That's why this is something that you cannot get easily sick and tired of. Doenjang also represents the family tradition or the family custom. The taste of doenjang varies depending on how each household make and manage to keep the doenjang. And the people often relate doenjang taste of a family to other features of the family, and people often perceive doenjang, the taste of the family, as a representative feature of the family. There's a saying that, oh, more fortune or luck goes to family where doenjang taste is very sweet and savory, and the doenjang taste become better when the family has a good daughter-in-law, or the politics of the village determined by the taste of the alcohol, while the affairs of the family are determined by the taste of the doenjang. So this is a kind of very common saying. Doenjang taste tells how a family moves on. They also can see the fortune and misfortune of the family. Why the doenjang represents or symbolizes the family tradition? Because it is just a type of food, but it still becomes a barometer to determine the fortunes and misfortunes of the family. And that's because doenjang taste is perceived to be the family identity. The food is a combination of personality, power, and history, and family is a common members who share the food together. Doenjang has outstanding preservability or the storability, and you make it a lot at one time and keep it for 1 year to make various side dishes. So how much care you give to doenjang is equal to how much integrity you give to your life, especially by people who is in charge of the housework of the family. And the storage and the management or the care of the doenjang was a mechanism of how to execute the relationship between mother-in-law and the daughter-in-law, and there's lots of sincere care as well as taboo. So when a daughter-in-law well accepts and practices how to make doenjang from the mother-in-law, the family will get prosperous more. Now I would like to talk about the status and the meaning of the doenjang. I think it was the 1970s. At that time, we had self-making as well as the self-consumption of doenjang. But with the industrialization and urbanization, we witness a lot of different changes. In 1970s, Korea was still a developing country. Sometimes we were slightly ashamed of the doenjang because it's very smelly, very unsophisticated, and too much local. That is the image that we had or associated with the doenjang. However, at the same time, we could realize that we are all Koreans. It gives a sense of unity. So that's why we regard it as a quintessence of the national identity. With more vibrant exchanges later on, the criteria of the food also, actually, especially from the late 1980s, the meaning and significance of food was determined based on health benefits. And doenjang has rich ingredients with anti-carcinogenic substances or anti-cancer substances, and that has become a food that we are very much proud of. And so again, people emphasize that the doenjang also prove that doenjang definitely has a lot of beneficial ingredient to fight against the cancer. And we also realize the value of the doenjang. Now, I'd like to talk a little bit about the recent production and consumption of doenjang and its significance. The first one is self-production and self-consumption of doenjang, where this tradition is still preserved in the local areas. And the second one is people sometimes purchase a commercial doenjang made at the plant. People living in urban areas or young housewives follow this kind of trend as they have no connection to the countryside. So they just purchase the commercial doenjang. And the third one is these days people also purchase a homemade style doenjang, especially young urban population or upper class who can afford it purchase this homemade style doenjang. This is going to be my conclusion of my presentation today. The doenjang is a traditional and modern food fit to the Korean taste and the Korean sentiment. So the rationale behind this statement are as follows. So again, it fits to Korean people's taste and it fits the Korean sentiment. It has a combination of taste, beef flavor, and the taste and pleasant element. And this is the kind of taste that you miss if you haven't taken it for a long time. So this is a very basis of the Korean culture. Thank you very much for your presentation. I think we can move on to Q&A session immediately. Well, a lot of people pay attention to the doenjang. So let me give you the first question. If we have just rice and the vegetable, then we may lack something. And the doenjang is becoming a very essential part. But sometimes we see that the doenjang is becoming kind of fermented food or the commercial food. So what are the ways to hand down the value of the the doenjang? So that is my question. I think it's a relatively difficult question to answer, but very important question that we need to think about. First of all, doenjang well represents our daily life. So of course we had very old poor days, and without the doenjang, we might have had uh, malnutrition, and maybe we could not lead our daily lives. But thanks to doenjang, we still could survive. So without any special side dish, you still can enjoy your meal by adding doenjang to other vegetables. So even during Korea Dynasty, we had a very severe drought, and at that time, the soybean lump and the kanjang and doenjang were distributed to the general public to help them stay healthy. And at the same time, another benefit of the doenjang is the storability or the preservability. Of course, people take fast food uh, very often, so it is a completely opposite to the fast food. So I would claim that the doenjang is a really slow food because you need the fermentation and you also need to have a very long process. So the efficacy of doenjang uh, already was proved. There's a no conflict inside your body once you take it. I mentioned that the doenjang is a slow food. So these days we have a kind of quick mentality by the Korean people in modern times. And I think sometimes it gives energy for us to move on in that speed. So if you take a slow food, then you also have a very relaxing mentality. I think this also can provide energy in the IC, I mean, the very fast information the era.
네, 다음 질문도
So let me
이어가겠습니다.
move on to
이
the next
질문도
question.
중요하지만 어려운
Well,
질문인 것
again, this
같은데요.
question also may be
한국
very
전통
difficult to answer,
장문화를
but very
일반
much important.
가정에서도 습득해
Well, I think the
생활할 수
Jang
있는
culture
교육이나 보급
also
방법,
should be
지속적인
educated
계승 방안
to
어떤 게
educated
있을까요?
handed down to the ordinary family. So what are the ways to hand it down or transmit to the household? I think that depends on how you actually activate or promote the production and consumption of doenjang. Well, first of all, in terms of the promotion of the making and consuming, I think the kimchi is a kind of very popular, and we have a lot of programs and the classes to make a kimchi. However, in case of Jang, people tend to give less attention to that, where younger people may lack some confidence because they don't know. That's partly because of the special characteristics of the living of the residence setting in Korea. So I think we also need to find a way out to promote it because of course we have very old house, and we can have a kind of open class or open program where we can invite the people and show how to make it, and that we also can provide opportunity for them to experience the doenjang making. So it's done once a year. So it's a kind of yearly event, and we have a lot of amount to be made because it's done only once a year. Of course, we don't require a very accurate measurement. So maybe you can have a smaller amount. Maybe you can have it several times a year instead of having it only once a year. That way, you can actually manage the total volume that you make. So that's another way of inviting or inducing more attention into the jang making. And next is about the promotion of the consumption. Well, definitely doenjang is a very healthy food. So this means that the people get the more accustomed to the taste of doenjang when you get exposed to the doenjang taste over and over again. But most people live in the apartment complex, and sometimes they feel hesitant in cooking some smelly food within the kitchen. So maybe we also can have a study on reducing the malodor or the unique smell coming from the doenjang. Well, last time I had a chance to visit Kazakhstan, and they make bread And sometimes they use a doenjang as a kind of jam. It was a shocking experience to me. I was wondering if I can really take it or not. And I tried it myself, and it was really, really acceptable. And I think the smell of doenjang in Kazakhstan was less severe, so maybe we can have a kind of application of that. And another thing is that we need to have a Jang sharing culture or the campaign. Where I know that we already have a kimchi sharing or kimchi making campaign. So maybe in the rural area, normally we do that. But uh, in fact, the sharing is done from the old generation to younger generation. But in most cases, I think the jang making is done from the agricultural villages to the urban areas. So if you take a more fundamental angle, as long as the rural areas are not stable and healthy enough, we cannot expect the transmission of the jang making culture. So again, we also need to think about
네,
the
답변
condition of the rural
고맙습니다.
areas. Thank you
수가시
very much for
교수님께 박수
your
부탁드립니다.
answer. Thank you again. Please give a big hand.
네, 이번에는 중국사회과학원 역사연구소 개원
Next up,
교수이시자
we
국경대학
have
사학과 초빙 교수를 역임하신
Professor
부산대학교
Emeritus from the
사학과
Department of
최덕경
History at Busan
명예교수님께서
National
발표를
University, who is also a
준비해
visiting
주셨는데요.
professor
네, 발표 주제는
previously
중국
at
두장의
the
출현과
Chinese
두장
Academy of
문화의
Social
확산입니다.
Sciences and
교수님
Department of
박수로
History
맞아주시기 바랍니다.
at Beijing University. He'll be talking about roots of Tujang in China and the spread of Tujang culture. Please give a big hand.
반갑습니다. 부산에서 온
Good afternoon, ladies and
최덕경입니다.
gentlemen. As introduced, my name is Choi
오늘
Dok-young and I'm from Busan
아까
National University.
앞에 발표자이신
Our previous
윤덕인
speakers,
교수님께서
Professor Yoon
사실은
Do-gin,
중국 관련된 이야기를 좀 하시려다가
was going to talk
제게
about
양보를
China's Tujang culture, but I think she
사료동
gave
동일한데
me the opportunity to
사료
present
동일하기 때문에
about
아마
China
편집
because
이야기가
I
좀
think we
같을
have
것 같아서
the similar
아마
contents in
양보를
our
해주실 것
presentation.
같아서
So thank you for
그렇게
giving
생각하고
me the
저도
chance to
그
talk
발표를
about
들으면서 많은 것을
China's Tujang
배웠습니다.
culture, and
저는 이
Professor
두장에
Yoon's
대해서 역사적인 접근을
presentation was
해보려고
extremely informative. I
에,
want to give you
우선
a
제목은
historical
중국 도장의
perspective.
출현과
Well, the
두장
title of my
문화의
presentation is Roots of
이제까지
Tujang in China and the Spread of Tujang
개조라든지
Culture.
두장에 대해서 약간의
Daedu and
물에
Tujang in
떠쓰여왔어요.
China is an area that I have studied, but today I'm going to be
한 번도 두장
focusing more
문화하고
on
중국의 두장이 어떻게
China's
관련되는가
Tujang
하는 이런 점에
culture
초점을
in
좀
relation
맞췄습니다.
to China's Tujang culture.
우선 머리 말에서는 이게
For the introduction,
이번부터 원이 두장이니까 머리 말에서는 간단하게
I'm going to be
대두의
giving you an
기원
overview
문제를
about the
가지고
origin
이야기를
of
드리겠습니다.
Daedu
그다음 두
or
번째는
soybeans,
중국 고대의 두장의 출현과 보고인데
after which I'm going to
언제부터
be talking
중국에는
to you
두장이
about the
출현했을까 하는
emergence of
것들을
Tujang
나름대로 고민을 많이
and
해봤습니다.
supply of
여기에는
Tujang in
최근에
ancient China.
출토되고 있는 주간과 진간 그러니까 진나라
During
주간이고
the
흔히들 보통 진나라 대주간을 진간이라고
Jin
한나라 대주간을 한간이라고
dynasty and the Han dynasty, there are two different distinctions. And if you look at the literature during these times, you'll see some anthropological evidence, and that's what I want to show you today. Third, I'm going to be talking about 고려두 and its relation to 대민요술. I actually came up with this terminology, 고려두 or Korea bean. I want to explain to you the meaning that it has in Korea in modern day, and I'm going to be talking about the different types of tang that are listed in 대민요술. There are different types of evidence about Tuzang, but there isn't a lot of evidence in China, especially in the agricultural papers in China. Really, not much about it in 4th century and onwards. It's mostly in 대민요술. So it might be the fact that Tuzang, the terminology itself, was actually a contentious issue.
최근에 이번에 사실
It might
발표
have
준비하면서
changed throughout the
한국어의
years, and
자료를
that is
통해서 좀
why
찾았습니다.
I
찾아서
looked into
그것도 소개를
some
해볼까.
Korean literature,
그다음에
and I want to also
두장과
introduce you to that
옹기인데
area of research.
사실은
The
그
next
옹기가
is
두장 문화에서 굉장히 중요한 부분을
Jang
차지한다고 저는
and
개인적으로
the
생각합니다. 사실은 그 액체를
crock.
담을 수 있는 용기 중에서 우리가
Among the
흔히들 그
liquid
금속기,
holding
뭐
pots
철기나
or
청동기
crocks
같은
we
거는 목기가
use,
있는데
for
이
example,
중에
wooden
목기는 물이 새기
barrels,
때문에 안 되고
which is bad
철기와
because
청동기 같은
it
경우는
leaks.
실제적으로
For
이 벤질을
steel-made
시킵니다.
crocks,
그래서
they
가장 효과적인
distort the
용기가
ingredients
옹기입니다.
inside.
항아리인데 이
So these
항아리가
crock
사실은
pots used in
우리
Korea called
한국의
onggi is
두장 문화와
actually
어떤 관련을 갖고 있는가 하는
highly
이런
relevant to
부분에 사실은
Korea's Jang
좀
culture.
중심을
So that's what I want to
두었습니다.
talk about, Jang
그다음에
culture in
10월 10일
Korea and
장유일
this
국제와 또
crock pot
연구로인데
called onggi.
순서에 따라서
And
이야기를
last but not least, I'm going to be talking about the plant-based materials in
내용이
Jang.
많아서 조금 그렇습니다만
Now, there's a lot of
우선
text in my
이
presentation
색깔이 있는
slides
부분을
here. I
중심으로
want
이야기를 좀
to call your
이야기했습니다.
attention to the colored
두장은
letters here that I've
포화단을
highlighted.
시켜서 만든 식품으로서 동아시아의
Jang
특별한
is
발효
a
음식을
food,
선도하고 있습니다.
fermented food unique to
현재
East
대도의
Asia,
기원지는
used by
여기서
made
보시는
by
바와 같이 현재
fermenting
증거에도 굉장히
beans.
다양합니다. 정해진
There are a
정설이
lot of
있습니다.
different
그중에 우리가 주목할 만한 것이 중국 동북 적설인데
theories about its
이거는
origin in
중국의
China as well.
호나오에서 한자로 광문도라는 분이 이야기를
Kwangmundo talked about
내세웠는데
the
상당히
origin
그
of
주목할 만한
soybeans in the
이런
northeast
것이고
region of
또
China,
이 부분도 우리가
which is
우리 역사하고
noteworthy
관련돼 있기 때문에
and is
한번
also
검토를 해볼 필요가
related to
있습니다.
South Korea,
아무튼
which
이
is why
영웅관에서
we need to
주목할 만한
explore it
사료는
further.
앞에서도
I want to
여러
call
번
your
지적했습니다만
attention
관자란
to
사료입니다. 관자에
the
보면은 북쪽에 가서
ganja.
산중을 점거하고 동충과 융수를
It's
가져와서 천에
said that
보급했다.
the
여기서
Sanbor
중요한
was
단어가
dominated
산융하고
and the
융수입니다.
Dongchung was
이게 지도에
brought,
있는 것처럼 위에는
and
산융이고
that
밑에는
Sanyung
제나라고
was
그다음에
brought.
연나라가 있습니다. 그래서
You'll see
제나라가
this map here
연나라를 꼬아서
of
산융을 이렇게 칩니다.
Tae
치는데
Dynasty
이
and
산융의
Yeon
위치에 대해서
Dynasty.
사실은
And
사마천의
if you look
사기에
at the
흉노열전이가 있는데
location of
흉노열전을 보면은 산융이 예를
Sanyung,
지나서
you'll
죄를
see
전거했다
Hyungnu
이런 말이
Iljeon,
있습니다.
where
그래서
it says
그걸
that
보면은 산융의
Sanyung
위치가 연나라
is
동북쪽에 있지 않나
located
그것을
in
확인할 수 있고
the
그다음에 아울러서 진나라
northeast
꽉박이라는 유명한
region
수석가가 있습니다. 이 꽉박이라는
on this
사람은
map.
그 새로 유입된
A
이
person
융숙이 바로
called
대두다.
Hakbak
이렇게
said
인식을
that
하고 이
the
융숙은 기존의
imported
시경에
or
등장하는
the
숙과 임숙이
Yungsuk
있는데
brought is actually
임숙과는
Taedu, and
다르다고 이렇게
Imsukwa said
이해를
that,
합니다.
and it said
이게
it's
사실 이
different
부분이
from
굉장히
Imsuk.
그 애매합니다. 그래서 저도
Now, this is a very
한 몇 년
contentious
전에
issue. That is
동양사
why a few years ago,
연구에 임숙과
I
융숙이라는 논문을
talked
발표했던 적이 있습니다.
I discussed about
그 밑에
Imsuk
혹시
and Yungsuk in a
그 밑에
dissertation a couple of
제일 밑에
years
이게
ago.
나오는 그 논문입니다.
At the very bottom, you'll see the title of my
이
paper.
융숙이 대두라고 인식했는데 그래서
The Yungsuk was
시경에
perceived
나오는
as soybean or
숙과
Taedu, but if
여기서
you look at
융숙과는 어떤 차이가 있는가
the
이런 부분이 굉장히
C
중요한
in
부분인데
Yungsuk. So
아무튼
what is the difference?
결론적으로
This is
얘기하면
actually
이
extremely
시경에
important
나오는 숙이라든가
in
물론
making
시경이
a
이전에도 옵니다.
distinction.
우리나라도
It
신스비
appears
시대부터 등장
before
콩이
Sikyang as
등장합니다만
well.
중국에도
We've
역시
seen beans in
마찬가지입니다.
Korea during the
일찍부터 등장하는데
Neolithic age, and it's the
이
same in China
콩들은
as well. It
독성이
emerged
있었습니다.
very early
독성이
on.
있어서
But
사실
these
콩을
beans
조리 끓인다거나
had
아니면은
toxic properties. So
이게
if you
콩잎을
made
묵을 끓이는
porridge out
이런 데
of it, or if you
이용했습니다. 그
made
당시 초기
and
단계에서는
so you
융숙이
used
등장
it for
이전의
porridges and
단계에서
soups.
콩은 먹을
But
수
in the
있느냐 없느냐가 참
Yuksuk
중요했습니다.
stage, it was
그래서
extremely important whether you could
이하라든지
eat
광야라는 책에
these
보면은
beans, whether
사실은
it was
먹을 수
edible
있느냐
or not.
없느냐가 콩의
If you
굉장히
look at
중요한
these different
부분이었고
literatures,
그다음에
it's
주로
mostly focusing on
하면서
whether these
잎을
beans are
어떻게
edible or
요리할 수 있느냐
inedible
하는 이런 것들에 관심이
and
있었지.
how to
지금
cook
우리가 말하는
them.
두장이라든지
Not
뒤에 다른
really
여타는
focusing
나홍식으로
on the
만든다는 것을
tujang
전혀
that
생각하지
we
못했다.
are talking about or the
당시
processed
동북
foods that I'm going to be
지역의
talking about
융숙국
later
대두는
on.
기존의 그 숲보다는 크고
Yungsuk
출판물에서 보는
was
것처럼
larger
유리
than the
원액에
Imsuk
가깝습니다. 지금의
and
대두와
is
유사했다고
more close to the Taedu
그래서
that we know these days.
봉고에서는
So in
중국의
Ponggu,
두장의 출현과 이 문화가
the
어떻게
emergence of
유통되고
Taedu,
확산되었는지를
its
한반도
distribution and
두장과
its
이를
transmission
보관 유통하는
is
옹기라든지
well
장부와
enumerated.
관련해서
The ongi, the
살펴보도록
pot
하겠습니다.
are also
자,
things that
그다음
I'm
두
going to be talking
번째는
about later on.
장의
And the
실체와
next is
두장을
in
소개했는데
the
두부는
Seongguk
서브타이틀을
age.
이해하기 쉽게 이렇게 달았습니다. 달았는데
I've given you a subtitle
어쨌든
here
간에
to make
두장을
it
처음에 만든 시기가 언제일까? 이건
easier
사전상에
to
사실은
understand.
알기가 굉장히 곤란합니다.
It's extremely hard to understand the origin of this using the 설문회자. during the first century, it says that Jang equals he, and there are no he that does not use meat. And in Jude's Changang, you'll see that there are 120 pots of Jang that are provided to the king, and in one of them, Jang is described as Chu and 젓갈. And this shows that before the Han Dynasty, Jang was mostly made out of animal based materials and ingredients. About 6 to 7 years ago, I found this literature for the first time and told the Chinese authorities about it. It's titled 오십이병방. 오십이병방 talks about medicine, and in this medicine journal, if you look at the characters, the person who conducted the research lived back in the 3rd century BC. The word sukjang is used here, which is extremely interesting because sukjang refers to the most earliest form of tujang. Originally, sukjang was used not as a food ingredient or for everyday meals. It was mostly used for its medicinal properties. And next is the Jinan age and the materials about tujang that talks about the distribution of tujang. 운농소지 진간 is extremely important in history. You'll see that when governmental authorities went on business trips, Jang and grain was provided to them. Now, Jang was provided, and during the Han Dynasty, there were public goods and private goods. And depending on people's level or class, these different types of goods would be distributed. And Jang was provided to the lower level authorities as well. A lot of Jang was provided and used during this age, as we can see. And it's more probable that it was tujang, not yukjang. So during the Han Dynasty, tujang was used as a staple seasoning and condiment, as we can see, as we can deduce from these materials. So that's a projection that I make from this document. And if you look at 급지편, there's the words 시 and 장. Given that they appear together, there is a possibility that tujang existed back then as well. And if you look at the King Jang's journals, you'll see the terms yukjang or tujang, which is a clear evidence that yukjang and tujang existed back then. And other than that, during the mid-age of the Chonhan era, in the Hangan region, there are documents that allude to Shi and Jang together as well. The next document is from the furthest western northern area of Mongolia that talks about Shi and Jang, which shows that Jujang was distributed not just in the central areas of what is now known as China, but also to the outskirts as well. This shows the extent of Tujang's distribution back then. Then next I'm going to be talking about the production, since we've talked about its distribution. In the late Han Dynasty, in the Saminwolryong Tangwol, you'll see that beans were either steamed or boiled to make jujang. In Japan, you call it nanasuke, but we also have this type of baljang in Korea as well. And 어장 and 육장 and 청장 was made. What is 청장? 청장, according to a lot of Chinese experts, is just 투장 because 어장 and 육장 is different from this 청장. So it's a different type of tang. So they deduced that it's probably tang made out of beans, and I'm going to be talking about this more in depth later on.
이처럼 한대에는 도시에 대한 수요
As
공급의
such,
확대로 당시 많은
the
사람들이
explosive
보다
demand
많은
for
콩을
tang
생산하기를 영원하는 이런 것들이
required
있는데
a
이게 바로
lot more
한나라
production
공동성의 논문
of
속에서
beans,
도자기의
which is
그
found in
이게 지금 도자기가 있는데 이게 지금
these
잘안
letterings
보인다만
you'll see
이
here
글자
on
안에는
these pots.
대도만석이라든지 소두만석이라든지 이런 글자가
대두만석 and 소두만석 are types of phrases written here. Of course, it doesn't say that this is going to hold the beans itself, but it's used as a type of offering to the gods to pray for an abundant harvest of beans. And it's also written in history that 5 mu of beans were produced for each household family member. Given that, let's say, one household gets about 100 mu of land, then you'll see the amount of land produced. And it's also said that about 25 to 40% of the lands provided were used to grow and harvest beans. It's not yet known whether this is factually true or not, but it does give an insight into the amount of production back then. Next, I'm going to be talking about Taemin Yosul. The Changjang and Shijib is actually very important.
도장과 관련해서 주목되는 또 다른 사료는 바로 제민요술의 첫물에 등장하는 고려두라는 단어입니다.
The Koryodu
앞에서도
in
발견했고
Taemin
여러분들이
Yosul is actually very important as well.
이건 사실 고려는
There
고구려고
is black and yellow Koryo beans,
대두라는 그
which
콩의 명칭을 명칭 앞에 국가 이름을 붙였다는 그 자체는 굉장히 의미가 심장하다고 볼 수 있습니다.
the fact that Koryo, the name of a country, comes before the word soybean is actually very significant. It's either a production country, large consumer of beans, or an origin of these beans. And in Shindangseong, in the Paredon version, it says that in the eastern region in Pare, she is a local delicacy.
남사 등에도
And in Namsa as well, it shows that the Korea people use these crocks or pots to store alcohol and other different ingredients as well. These are some materials that I came across during my studies about these different traditional types of pottery. And it also states that these pots were used for different fermentations of tedu, and so on and so forth. One of the unique properties of producing jujang is about the timing of it. As I said before, tang started as yukjang in China, but
들어서면서
After
장하면은
Taemin
이
Yusul,
두 장이 중심이 됩니다. 그러니까 이미 이
Jang
6장에서 2장으로
transitioned
넘어갔다는
from
물론 그
Yukjang
중간에
to Jang.
진한
Of course,
시대가 존재한다는
the
것은 우리가 우리가
Jinhan
잘 알 수 있고
dynasty
그 이야기는
age
앞에서 좀
was there, so that
이야기했습니다.
was probably the timing
그러면서
of this transition
장이
from
2장 이야기를
Yukjang
하면서 제일
to
먼저
Jang.
기록하고 있는 것이 뭐냐면은
The
장을
earliest
담는 시기입니다.
writings about
장을
this
담그는 시기인데 이
deals
담그는
with the
시기를
timing of
12월에서
making this
2월을
tang,
넘지
which
않도록 계절을 설정하고 있다는
says
게 굉장히 참
that
저
you
개인적으로
should make it
중요하다고
between
생각하는데
December and
이건
February. I think
왜냐하면
this is
작장을
extremely
위해서는
important
온도하고
because it
용기까지
means that
고려하는
the
경우가
temperature was also
초일가라고
taken
봅니다.
into
사실
consideration
남방 지역에서는 장을
after
담그지
the
못합니다.
various
베트남이
trials and
두장
errors throughout the
벨트라는
years.
베트남 같은 이 남방 지역은 두장을
In
담그지를 못하게 되는
Vietnam,
중요한
for
이유 중에 하나가
example, this is
온도가
a
너무 높기
very
때문에 장을
important
담궈버리면 부패돼 버립니다. 썩어버리기
document that
때문에
explains
장을
why
담그지
you
못하고
can't make
실질적으로
tujang
젓갈 같은
in areas
경우도
like Vietnam. It's because of
액젓
the
같은
temperature.
것만
For
보통
example, you could
담그는 이유도
probably
바로 이
make
온도하고
egg
직접
dot
관계 있습니다.
because of this
자,
direct
기온은 위도와 관련이 있다 볼 때
relationship with
중국의
temperature.
동북 지역과
That
그
is
위도 차가
why
크게 나지
in
않은 한국
the
지역에서도 일찍부터
northeast region of China
발효할 수
and in the
있는
Hwabog area
이
as
조건을
well,
보유했다고 볼 수 있습니다.
the
그래서
environment
실제
was extremely
북미 때
conducive
보면은
to
이
fermenting
대규모 장을
soybeans.
담그는 수공업장이 존재합니다.
There were a lot of large scale
어떤 명물을 보면은 당시
plants
장을
that were
만드는
used to
공정에
factories, for
농민이
example, that were
그렇게
used
3,000여 명에
to
이르렀다
produce
하는 것과 그
tujang, and
기간
it
동안
says that there were
30분에
about
이르는 것을
3,000
생산했다는 겁니다.
workers there
이런
working for
그
60 days
가문들이
who
굉장히 적지 않게
produced
많았다는 이야기입니다.
30 kuk
이렇게
or
볼 때
3,000
이
seung
시대의
of
두장과
tujang.
두장의 생산과 보급 정도를 우리가 알 수 있고
And this shows
그리고
the
아울러서
production level
제민유술의
and distribution level of
작장법에는
tujang
식물장과
during
함께
the
의장과 육장이 또 수가 크게 증가됩니다. 이 증가되는 게 왜 제민유술에 가면은
North
두장도
and
굉장히
South
양이 늘어나고
Chu
의장과 육장도
dynasty.
굉장히 많이 늘어나고 있는 모습을 볼 수 있습니다.
You can also see
이게
that
제민유술은 사실은
Ojang
어떤
and
측면에서
Yukjang are on the
제민유술이라는 책
rise. If
자체가
you look at Taemin
남쪽
Yusur,
문화, 북쪽
the Taemin
문화가
Yusur
상호
book
융합된
itself
그런 결과물입니다.
deals
그러니까
with
중국이
the North
실제적으로 진한
and
시대가
South.
있다면 그 뒤에
After the
수당 시대가
Jinan
존재합니다. 이 수당
age,
시대는 진한
there's the
시대와 같이
Sudang
배타적이고
age, which
화해
is also
중심적이
as
아니고
it
상당히
wasn't
많은
was as
이민족을
exclusive
포괄하는 그런 시대라고
and was very
본다면
open
사실은
to
이
people.
제민유술이라는 책 속에 남아 있는 많은 이런 음식물들은
So the
남쪽과
food
북쪽
that is
문화의
recorded
영향을
in
받아서
Taemin
실제
Yusur
만들어진 거
is
이것이 바로 중국의
actually
수당
affected by both
시대의
the north
독특한
and southern regions,
문화적
which
양상을
shows
만들어내는 데
also
결정 역할을
shows
했다. 이렇게
and
볼수
what
있다는
influenced the
자,
distinctive
그다음에
culinary
이
culture during the Sudang
시집과
age as well.
청장 관련된
Next, I'm going to
부분인데
be talking about Shijib and Cheongjang.
이게 진짜 흥미로운 것이 이 제민유술에는 작장법에는 생산된 두장의 구체적 용어가 없다는 겁니다. 아까
It
앞에서
says that there is
서문에서
no
잠시 얘기했습니다만
terminology in. It's
이게
interesting that there's no
표1이라고 되어
terminology in Taemin
있습니다만은
Yusur
사실은
for Tujang,
PPT
really.
안에는 표가 들어가지
Within the
않았어.
PPT, I didn't
이 안에
include a table
뒤에
here,
원고 속에는
so
표가
please
있습니다.
refer to my
표에 대해서
paper
보듯이 제민유술의
for the
가장 많이 사용된
table. But
조미료는
the seasoning that
시즙입니다.
is used
이
most
시즙을
frequently in
중국
Taemin
학자들은 그 두장이라고
Yusur is
있는데
actually
이
shijib,
시즙이
which
제민유술의
Chinese scholars
도체에
I think
이걸
actually refers
기록을
to
저장했다가
tujang.
각종
And
조미료로
this shijib is said to have
사용하고
been
있습니다.
stored
그래서
and used as
이
a
시즙은
seasoning for
오늘날의
various
장육,
foods. The shijib
중국에서는
is
지금의
like
간장을
tangyuk
장류라고 하는데 이
or
장류가 거의
tangyuk,
차이가
which
없다라고
refers to
이렇게
soy sauce
이야기를 하고 있습니다.
in China in modern days, and they
이에
believe
관해서
that shijib
표일에
is soy
의하면은
sauce
이
in
청장은
modern day China.
청장 이런 단어가 있습니다.
And
이게 뭘까?
there
청장과
is
두장
also
차이라는
the
단어인데
terms tujang,
이게
cheongjang.
요리에 사용된 것은 자꾸 소수입니다.
And
이것과
it's
시접을
not
어떻게 다룰까 하는 이런
used that
부분.
frequently in food. So how is it different from shijib? Experts say that it isn't really different from tangyu or soy sauce that we see in China right now. Misiyama and all different scholars say in unison that cheongjang is today's China's soy sauce. Now the problem here is that Taemin Yusur also is relevant to the 장자해라. It also says that there is an ohab.
사실은 사료가 등장한다는 것 자체는 우리로 하여금 굉장히 그 두장청과
This
시즘은 다르다는
document
이야기입니다.
itself it
아예
means
다르다는 거죠.
that
그
Tujang and
연본적으로 서로
Changjang is different
동시에 이제 한 사무실에
fundamentally.
동시에 등장하고 있다는 것 자체는
The
서로
fact
다르다는
that they
이야기인데
appear
그런데
together, it means that the
이게 뭘까?
Changjang and the
중국의
Xijib are
사세에는
different. And what does this refer
청장과
to?
이런 것들이 거의 등장하지 않는다는 것이 큰 문제인데
The
그런 걸
problem is that we
보면은
can't really
아마
see the
청장은
usage of
당시
the
중국
word
사회상으로
Changjang
이렇게
too much
통용된
in
말이
Chinese
아닌가
documents. So I
그런데
believe that
굉장히
Changjang
흥미로운
and
부분이
Xijib
있습니다.
refer
이
to
흥미로운 부분이
something
뭐냐면은
different. What's interesting
이게
here is
한국사의 기록물에는 고려
that in
시대와 조선
Korean
시대 법률
historical
문서라든지 특히 왕조
documents,
실록에
Joseon
이르기까지 굉장히
Dynasty
청장이라는 단어가
documents,
많이
for
등장한다.
example,
폭넓게
Changjang
등장한다.
appears a lot in a
더
variety of different
주목하는 것은
topics.
아까 우리가 윤쌤도 말씀했습니다만은
I'd also like to
속에
call
장류 속에
attention to what Professor
청장의
Yoon also
제조법이
said, that the process of
등장할 뿐만 아니라
making Changjang
청장에 대한
also
독립 탐구까지
appears in Korean
이
documents. There's also a
사료에서
different category for
청장의
Changjang
제조
as well.
방법은 어떠냐면 굉장히 흥미롭게도 기존의 시접을 끓는
And
밑에 쬐고
interestingly,
제차 소금을
what you
넣고
do
다시
is
제차 한 번 더
you
강화합니다. 가공을 합니다. 이게 2차 가공을 한다는
put
건데
salt in the
2차
sijup
가공을
and
해서
then you
나중에 청장의
process it
용도를
once
보니까 이걸
again.
하사품으로도 쓰고 상납품으로도
Changjang
쓰고
was
또
used as
맹포를
a
염색하는 데도 쓰고
gift or
원래
even
무기일 때도
as
청장을
coloring
사용하는
for
것을 봤습니다.
dyeing.
이 중국에는 전혀
There are
그런
a
기록이
variety of
없는데
different uses, but none of this
우리나라의
is
기록에는
mentioned
굉장히
in
흥미로운 것이
Chinese
있고
records,
특히
but
성조원 일기에는 이
just in
청장이
Korean
간장보다 5배나 비싸다고 되어
records.
있습니다.
In Songjiwon's journal,
자,
it
이런
also
걸 보면은
says that it also talks a lot about
어쩌면은
Changjang as
그
well.
장문화가 이
So
한반도에서
if we look at all
발달된
of
장문화가
this, we
중국에도
can
영향을
deduce
줬고
that the
특히
Tang
또
culture developed in
남쪽에 있는
Korea
저 남방 쪽에 있는 의상문화
affected
같은 것들이
China as
또
well,
중국의
and the
합법적인
Ajang
영향을
culture as
끌어서
well
만들어진 것이 재민 요소가
affected
아니겠는가 하는 이런 생각도 해볼 수 있다는 거예요.
Korea's culture, and that
자,
all
마지막으로
resulted in
육장 거장의 경우는
Taemin-Yusu.
당시 시점만큼 다른 식품의 가공과 제조에 조미료의
Unlike
역할이 크지 않았던 것 같습니다.
Sijib,
육장
Changjang
거장은
wasn't used
사실은
as
그
much as
조미료의
a
역할보다는
seasoning or
주로
condiment. I think it was used mostly
일회성 어떤 음식이었던 것 같아요. 그래서 쉽게 말해서
as a
액장 생산의
type of
목적이
one-off
아니라
food. So it wasn't used.
뭐 그냥
It wasn't for using
이게
over a long
일회적으로
period of time. It was just
한번
a
꺼내서
one-time
먹고
use thing.
하는 그런 식의 음식이 아니었는가 하는 생각을 해본다는 겁니다. 자, 그다음에 이제 두 장과 이 옹기 부분인데 이 부분도
Next is
상당히
about Tujang
학계에서
and
주목을 하지 않기 때문에 이 부분을 굉장히
Onggi,
저
or the
개인적으로는
pot.
중요해 여기고 있는 부분 중에 하나입니다.
I think this is really important.
두장의
It's not
생산과
dealt
유통을
that
거론할 때
much in
관련해서 주목해야 할
academia.
것은 바로 이 용기입니다. 아까도 잠시 이야기했듯이 가장 실용적으로 사용한 용기는
pot
독입니다. 독이. 우리나라는
is
흔히
really
톡이라고
important.
용어를
Or
씁니다만 중국에서는
pottery.
톡이라는 단어가 없습니다. 없고 다
China doesn't
독이라
use the
합니다.
word
독이
pottery.
내지
However, they
그다음에
use
자기로
the
이용합니다.
word tog
뚜껑이
instead of
만약
togi that is
뚜껑이
used in
없거나
Korean.
흠집이 생긴 용기는
The
장을
pots
담그면
that
완전한
don't
발효식품을
have
재현하지 못하게 됩니다.
a top or
그래서
have cracks
이게
in it aren't going
실제적으로 삼합전
to ferment
사기에도
as
80년째를
well,
하고 있는데
the food that it
이
holds.
도시에서 보통 장사를 통해서 큰 수익을 올리는 이런 상품들이 나오는데 특히
You'll see
2알에서
a lot
5알
of
정도,
products that are
20%에서
very
5알, 팔아서
profitable
20%
in
내지
these
50%의
documents.
수익을 남길 수 있는 상품을 보면 장도 들어있고
Products that
이게 뭐 초도 들어있고 그렇습니다.
give a
이런
return
건데
of about
이걸
50 to
어디에
80%, a
담아서
margin of 50 to 80%, and these types
용기에
of
담아서 팔아서
tang that we're talking
이
about were one of
용기도
these
굉장히
items that were
다양해졌을
very
거라고 일단
lucrative. And
생각해
if you
볼 수
want to
있습니다.
sell tang, you need a pot
실제적으로
for it. So these pots were
1996년에
probably also
발굴된
very popular.
낙양에 있는 원저총에 보면은 이 항아리 독
If you look at Onjechong, you'll see
70여
that
수토가 되는데 그 명문 속에서는
there are a lot of
판장이라든지
different
토라든지 이런 글자가
features
있고
and
특히
characteristics of
항아리
these
내 부분에
pots, and
시자도 있습니다. 여기 있는
there are
시자가
a lot of
시자 있고 변장도 있는데 이런
characteristics
걸 보면은 실제로
characters that are used on
항아리
these
속에
pots as
담아서
well.
팔았을 건데 물론 동일한 항아리는 아닐 겁니다. 이거는 사실
And mostly
보장품의
they held
명기로 사용되기 때문에
tea as well.
좀 표본이라고 볼 수 있습니다.
So these are types
그래서
of standardized pots that you will
그 구체적인
see.
모습은 제민요술에서는 이
In
작장이라든지
Taemin-Yusu,
자치 등 발효식품을 제조하고
these
보관한
products
용기에
were
대해서
fermented,
잘
but it
표현하고
doesn't,
있습니다. 쉽게
and
말해서
it really
제민요술에서는
talks about
실제
in
장을
detail the types
만든다거나
of
김치를
pots that were
담궈서
used,
발효식품을 만들 때
making
반드시
tang
항아리를
or
사용했다는
kimchi and
그런
other
이야기가 됩니다.
fermented foods. It
그리고
means that these
아울러서
types of
제민요술에서는
yonggi that
이런
I'm
글자도
talking about, these types of
대옹
pots that are used to hold
대옹이라든지
these
이런
food were always used.
대본이라든지 대정이라든지 이런 용어에서 보듯이
대본 and 대증, these types of terminologies also shows us that these types of tok or pottery that were used quite widely. It's also interesting that these types of pots were used for different types of purposes as well. Mostly you would make pots with a standardized specification so that you could use it to measure in units the amount of food that it holds. Back then, you'll see in Taemin it shows that these pots were used to store, also to measure, and is very important in Jang culture.
여기서 우리가 주목해 다루어야 할 부분이 바로 이 부분입니다.
Another interesting part is here.
이 옹기 관리에서 도홍처리라고 되어 있습니다.
If you look at the 옹기 management, it talks about 도홍 processing. 도홍 processing was essential.
이게 도홍이 바로
And
항아리
what is
안쪽에
도홍?
기름을 칠한다는 그런 이야기입니다.
Is the process of oiling the inside of these pots in order to prevent leakages. In Taemin records, it talks a lot about togi or potteries that do not leak or leak-proof pots. Another interesting thing is that the 도옹 appears in Taemin and in 사시창료 as well.
사시창조 같은 경우에는 실제적으로 이 역시 도옹 같은 이런
도옹 and other terminologies also appear.
고대 중국의 옹기에 균열이 생겨
So this shows that you needed to oil the insides of these pots because if these pots are fractured or cracked, then you can't use them for fermenting or storage. And the next is about the temperature. There's a book called 거가필용, which also talks about the 도옹 process or oiling the insides of pots that you can see in the picture here. But for about 700 to 800 years in the Chinese region, 도옹 processes or oiling the inner parts of pots were used to make fermented food. Without this doong process, it would be hard to ferment or store food. But in the Three King age, in the 고구려, pots were used effectively to store, and you don't really see and it really shows and documents how these pots were used extremely effectively to store long-term fermented foods, which all in all shows the importance of these pots and plates that were used to store and ferment. The temperature of these pots reach about 1200 degrees. And when that happens, when these pots reach 1200 degrees, there's a lot of fume that comes out. When these potteries are made, you use temperatures of 1200 degrees Celsius. And this in and of
그래서
itself
우리나라에서는
shows
전혀
how
그 위에
Korea's
안에
pottery
기름을 넣어서
making
진하는
skills
도움 처리를 한 번도 한
were
적이 없고 그런
superior
유물도 발견되지
to
않는다는
China's, and
자,
which
그런
is
측면에서 볼
why
때
we don't
이런
find any
기술력으로
records of
한반도를 포함한
doom
중국의
processes
동북쪽이 이
in
공기를 이용해서
Korea,
두장
because we
같은
didn't
발효
need that
식품을
process
만들고
of
이를
doom
장기
or oiling the
보관하는데 굉장히
inside of pots,
효율적이다.
because our
이런
pots wouldn't
이야기를 볼 수 있다.
fracture in the first place.
그다음에 식물성 장조의 확대와 그 용도.
The next
아까 내가
is about
지난번에 시간을 좀
plant-based
더 달라고
ingredients.
이미 부탁을 해서
I ask for your understanding that I'm going to be taking just a little bit more time. I
이
ask
장의
for
보급과
your
내두의 부식인데
cooperation in
이
advance. And the next is
제민요술을
about
보면은 이 시의 재료가 네 종류가 있는데 그 중에 세
the
종류는
4 different
콩을
types of shi,
사용하고 한 종류는
and
맥분을
3
사용합니다. 아까 어느
use
선생님께서 그렇게
beans,
했죠.
and 1
중국의 장은
uses
가루다 이런 이야기인데 아마 이때
powder types
맥분을 보고
or
하시는 말씀 아닌가
맥분.
싶습니다. 이렇게 만든 시는 실제 대부분
This
콩을
shi
원료로 하고 있고
uses beans as the raw material, and this 시접 is used for the following purposes. According to Jaemin Yusul, there are a variety of different recipes that use 시접, and you can find that in
이 당시에 각종 국거리라든지
Pyui,
탕, 또 국물을 필요로 한 요리뿐만 아니라 찜이나 볶음, 나아가
which
절임 등
shows that it's
거의
used
모든 요리에
for stir frying
시접인 두장을
or
조미료로 사용하고 있습니다.
baking
이것은 당시
and
두장이
different purposes.
이미 맛의
It's
조리사의
used as a
가르침을
seasoning or
말해주고
a
있는 겁니다.
condiment.
그래서 두장은 어떤 용도로 사용되는가 하는 것도
So the purpose
중국학자는
of dujang
이런
can be
제조를 합니다.
found in Jaemin
음식물에
Yusul
배합돼서
as well.
향미를
It
거두고 비린내,
blends
누린내를
into the
제거하며
food
소화
and
흡수에
takes away the
불리한
fishiness smell
유해물질도
or the
제거하고
smell of
착색에도 효과가
meat,
있다. 착색에도
and
효과가
gives
있다.
it very
이런
good
이야기합니다.
coloring
자,
and
이런 측면에서
helps
볼 때
with
이
digestion.
선진 시대의 이 아까
This
말했던
shows
이
how
임숙은 콩죽이나
imsuk
콩
in the
국의
modern
용도로
age
사용됐다가
was
전실제
used
융숙이
for
등장하면서
porridge and soup, but with
육국
yungsuk,
또는 오곡의 위치에서 육국 또는 오곡이라는 것 자체는
the
이미
yukguk and
사실은 그
oguk itself
여시 춘추 같은 자료 속에서
is shown in
대소두가 굉장히
Yoshichunchu
중요한 그
documents how
곡물로서
Daesodu
오곡을
it was
육국의
important
곡물로서 중요한 위치를
as
차지하고
yukguk
있습니다.
or
근데
oguk.
점차 이게 임숙이 다시 점차 숙장이 등장하고 환대가 되면서
After sukjang
두장 생산과
emerges
대두 재배가
and the
확대되면서
tujang harvesting and production increased,
조시대에 이르려면
in
장과 시의
the
재료가 더욱 증가되고
South
시접은
North
대표적인 조미료가
Joseon
되게 됩니다.
Dynasty age,
게다가
it
이
really
수당시대에
becomes
되면은
a condiment.
수나라
And
당나라 시대에
in the
되면은 제분업이 발달해서
Su
밀이
Dynasty and
사실은 주식으로
Tang
됩니다. 근데
Dynasty
밀가루
age,
음식이 주식이 되면서
wheat-based or flour-based food
부식의
becomes
중심으로
a
이동하는 것을 볼수
main
있답니다.
staple. So
실제
soy or beans
신당서
become
백간지에 보면은
a
이
supplementary
공중의
type
각종
of
조미료를
food.
담당하는 기구를 보면은 이게 청장이 23명이고
You'll see that
이
Cheongjang
젓갈
accounted
같은 회
for
같은 데는 10명이고 김치를 담그는
23
사람은
million.
8명에 불과합니다. 이것을 볼 때도
23
당시
people
조미료
would
중에서
make
두장이 중심
dujang or
지위를
these type of
점했음을
seasons,
말해주고 있습니다.
while kimchi would be made by
그러면서
8
북송
people.
때 송나라
So
때
this really
되면은
shows the
이런 그
volume of
용어들이
the sauce or tang that was
장류란 용어로
made.
통일되는데 장류가 통일되면서 기존의
And later on, all of
시접이라든지
these
청장의
시접 or
명칭을
cheongjang,
대신한
all
것이
of
아닌가
these
이렇게
sauces
중국 학자들은 보고 있습니다.
are called tang.
자, 그다음에 이제 식물성 장류의 확대와 요인과 두려움이 다양한데 이거는
And the next
원래
is about
그가필용의
the
이야기인데
plant-based
그가필용에
tangs.
보면은 점차 식물성의 장류가 늘어나고 있다 하는 것을 이야기할 수 있고
You'll see in historical
또
records
특징적인
that
것이
the
제민요술과 그가필용은
plant-based
어떻게 다르냐
tang
하면은 제민요술은
continues
사실은
to
자체
increase.
주술적인 내용이 굉장히
Jaemin
많이 담겨 있습니다.
Yusul
아까 우리도
has a lot of folklore or shamanistic properties and features as well. Our previous presenter talked about how Tang in Korea is very shamanistic, but Jaemin Yusul is very complicated and is also has these types of shamanistic properties as well. The ungi or the pot's direction is also determined by this as well.
제가 개인적으로 판단할 때는 각 지역의 장 제조 방식이 시대를 거치면서
I believe that this book here, however, that really summarizes the highlights or key points in Taemin Yusul is a more modern version that is more practical in a way. And it also tells you how the plant-based Jang increased, and because it's more sanitary and it's more savory and cheaper to make compared to Ojang and Yukjang, which uses fish and meat. These are some of the reasons for the expansion of plant-based Jang.
유망지를 보면은 상당히 지역별로 재배 두류의 종류가 다양해지고
And during this age, the type of beans expanded, and you'll also see in historical documents that depending on the type of bean, the usage or purpose of use was also diversified as well. And in
그게 다시
Pogapilung,
말해서 회의 음식, 이슬람 음식에는 두장이 전혀 보이지 않습니다. 두장을 전혀
their
사용하지 않습니다.
Islamic food does not
그렇지만
use
만주에
tujang
있는
at
여진
all,
음식에는
but
그 장을 조미료로 사용되는 것이
in
상당히
Manchuria,
많다.
there are a lot of
그래서
foods that
이런 걸 볼
use
때
tujang,
발효식품의 지역
which
범위를
means that the
지역 범위와 섭섭을 알수
range
있는
of
중요한
fermented
지표가 될 수
food
있겠다 생각을
is
또 합니다.
shown in these types of
그다음에
historical records, such
송대에
as
가면은
Pogapilung.
장의 위치를 알 수 있는 이런 부분인데 송대는 쌀과
And
기름,
after the
소금과
Song
같이
dynasty,
민간의
you'll
생필품인
see that
필만사 중에
rice, oil, salt,
한 물건으로 자리를 잡습니다.
and other
그래서 이때 송대가 되면
staples
장은
and daily
실제 오국보다도
necessities
중요한
are part
부식으로
of a
발전하고 있다는
list
것도
that
우리가
includes
주목해 볼 필요가
Tang as
있다는
well. So the
생각입니다.
very rising
그 외에 이제
importance of Tang is
청나라하고
highlighted
명나라
during the
때인데
Song
청나라
dynasty. The
명나라
next is
때는
the
아주
King
특징적인 것이
and Qing and Myeong
이 과채류,
dynasty,
과일과 채소류를
when
원료로 해서
vegetables
장을
and fruit
만든다는 겁니다.
based Tang
청대는
started to
이전에
appear.
없었던 것처럼 각종 채소를 이용해서
Various
절여서 저장하는
vegetables
방식이 매우
were
풍부하고 구체적으로
used
발전하는데 이 북방
and
쪽에는
salt
장제
and
방식이
pickled.
발전하고 남방 쪽에는 실제적으로
In
채소가
the
들어가면서
northern
이게
region, this
김치
type of
기술이 발달해서
pickling
이게
method
도장과
was
결합하면서
developed,
그
and in
용도가 증가되고
the
있는 것이
southern
굉장히 크다는
region,
특징이다
the
볼 수
fermented
있습니다.
type of
그래서 장의 용도는 또
making
여기서 끝나지
food
않고
out of vegetables
생선과
was
고기와
developed
게
that we
등의
believe led it
의육식품을
to kimchi
장에
making
담그거나 또는
techniques.
포로 만들 때도 장이 가미돼서
Tang was
오늘날에는
also
중국의
used
식단 중에서
with
장이 차지하는
fish
이게
and meat
비율이 60%
as
정도
well,
된다라고
and
이야기하고
it's
있습니다.
used about
자,
60%
이
of the
이상이
time in all
실제적으로
types
이제까지
of Chinese
쭉
cuisines.
발표했었던
So
걸
that was my presentation
한반도의 두장과 관련해서 정리를
about
해보면
Dujang
대충
in
이렇게
the Korean
이야기를 할 수
Peninsula.
있을 것 같습니다. 첫 번째는
To give you a summary, first of all,
소수건 선진 시대부터 중국 사서에 등장하지만
during the
두장용
advanced
대도의
period,
견지는 융수가 고려도에서 확인할 수 있는 바와 같이 중국
Dujang
동북지역과
originated
한반도에 있을
in
가능성을 일단 제기합니다.
Yunsuk
두
and
번째는
Goryeo-do.
고려도와 시의 명산지
So it probably
선장량등의
originated
사료에서
in
볼 때 중국인의
northeastern
시선에서도
regions of China
고구려와
and the
한국
Korean
지역은 공기
Peninsula.
제조 기술이 일찍부터
And
발달하여
second,
두장 같은 발효식품을 견인했다 이렇게 볼 수 있다는 겁니다.
fermented foods like
그다음 세
Dujang
번째는
developed early on
노홍철이는 중국의
in
공기가 장기
Goguryeo
저장용으로는
and the
한계가
northeastern
있다.
region
그래서
of China,
하지만
and there were
말레아와 신라에서는
limitations in
고온에서
China
하는 염 소성을 하였습니다.
of the types of pots that were available.
도홍 처리를 하지 않으면 안 된다는 점에서 볼 때
Unlike those used in
이
Kaya and
고기 제작
Silla,
기술이 진일보했다 이렇게 말할 수 있다는 겁니다.
the fact that the
그다음에
Doong
네
technique
번째는
wasn't used in
청량의
Korea
문제인데 이
is a testament to the advanced pottery techniques that we had, and tangchong and other types of words weren't used in China that much. Very infrequently in Taemin Yusur as well, but appears very frequently in historical documents dating back to the Joseon dynasty. There, it forms a category in and of itself in Korean history and is talked about being used a lot as well, which we think means that the Jang making technique as well was very closely related to Korea, so affected by the exchanges with Korea. And fifth, during the Song dynasty, Dujang becomes one of the 7 key elements, so becomes even more important than the 5 major grains. And in the Ming and Qing dynasty, the expansion of vegetable production is also a key feature. I'm sorry that my presentation was so long. I'm going to end my presentation here. We're going to give a few questions about China's Dujang culture. Was it used like doenjang is used in Korea,
이거는 사실은
in China?
제가 별로 주목을 하지 않았습니다. 하지만
I didn't really focus on this
사료상
topic,
보면은
but if we
정월편에 보면은
in the Tongwar version of Samil,
이런 게 나옵니다. 그 된장 같은
it
우리의 된장 같은
says
말도라고
in
그러는데
Samil
아마
Wargyong, it says that doenjang is
아까
like
앞에서
말도.
발표하신 분들 보니까 말짱이라고도 이렇게 이야기를 하는
Some
것
called it
같은데
말짱, my previous presenters.
끈 말자에다가 이게 말도라고
There are Chinese
말도는
characters
된장과 거의
for
유사합니다.
urban
왜
and
유사하냐면은
Chang.
그 속에 이제 오이를
Now, 말도 and
오이랑
말장
외를 박아서
are
실제적으로 담갔다 하는 걸
kind of
보면은
similar because they
마치 우리
are
어릴 때 된장 속에 이런 외를 박아서 이 장아찌를 만들었던 것과 흡사하다고 판단해서
made
중국에도
using
이미
these types
오래전부터
of pots,
사실은
and so it's probably similar to what happened in China,
된장으로 만들어서
mushing the
우리처럼
beans.
동일하게 뭐 한쪽은 간장을 빼고 한쪽 된장을 했는지 그건
I'm
확인할
not
수가 없이
I'm not sure whether, and we can't verify whether soy sauce was made with this doenjang, but I think there were some similarities. Next question.
한국 두장의 전례와 차이를 알고 싶다는 질문이
I want to know
들어왔는데요.
about the different origins of
이게 이제 제일 큰 문제가
Dujang in Korea and China.
중국을 연구하는 사람들의 경우에
For Chinese history experts and historians, the most difficult thing is, of course, the same goes for Joseon and Goguryeo as well, but the lack of historical records. Because of the lack of historical records of people studying Korean history, we have to rely on Chinese history. After the Silla unification age, during the King Shinmun period, that's when we first hear about Dujang. This is the 7th century. This is very late in history, but we saw in Chinese historical records that Dujang itself first emerged 1,000 years earlier than it did in Korean records, which means that it's hard to make a parallel comparison or side-by-side comparison because it's most probable that the Dujang culture did come to Korea, the Korean peninsula as well, once it did in the Chinese region. And it also is said that the Dujang comes from Yuksuk,
융숙을 가지고 들어와서 정찰에
Yungsuk,
복식했다는 이야기입니다. 그래서 만들어진 것이 숙장이라 본다면은
and Sukjang came after that. So in the Northeast Asian region, soybeans were harvested, and in the Northeast Asian region, there are environments and these pots favorable to fermenting these beans. The pottery culture was also extremely developed in China as well, so we need to use the archaeological records that we can obtain, and if we do so, I'm pretty sure that Jujang culture probably started in Korea around the time China did, or even before that. Even in Chinese records right now, you'll see how there are references to the Korea smell, that doenjang was referred to as the Korea smell or the Korea smell. And in Chinese records, in 방문지, it refers to 된장 as being a foreign item instead of being made in the Chinese region. So it's also probable that Dujang was popularized by being produced in the Korean peninsula. This is an area that requires further research, and it's difficult to make a direct comparison between the Korean peninsula and China because we don't have enough records. All we can do is deduce based on archaeological
네,
evidence.
교수님 답변 고맙습니다.
Thank you for your
소관인
answer.
교수님께
Let's give a
박수
big round of
부탁드립니다.
applause to Professor Choi.
네, 이번 포럼의 마지막
We are now
발표입니다.
down to the
발표에
last
앞서 테이블 위에 놓여
presentation
있는
of
리시버에 대한 안내
today's
말씀드리겠습니다.
academic forum.
채널 1번은 한국어,
A few announcements.
2번은
Channel
영어,
1 on your receiver is Korean.
일본어입니다. 필요한 채널 버튼 누르셔서
Channel 2 is English
리시버
and Channel
이용
3 is
부탁드리겠습니다.
Japanese. Please
네,
select
마지막
the
발표죠.
language that you would like to
발효문화
listen to the
연구가이시자
presentation
발효
in.
디자인
Our
연구소
last
대표이셨습니다.
presenter is
오무라 히라쿠님께서
researcher of
일본
fermentation
콩
culture
발효의 문화
and
인류학을
CEO of
주제로
Fermentation
발표해
Design Lab,
주시겠습니다. 화면으로
Hiraku Ogura, who will be
만나보시겠습니다.
talking about cultural anthropology of fermented soybeans
Hello
in Japan.
everyone, nice to meet you. My name is Hiraku Ogura. I'm currently working as an expert of fermentation culture, studied cultural anthropology at Waseda University, and microbiology at Tokyo University of Agriculture. Owning a fermentation food shop in Tokyo, also work as designer for developing food service, writing book, and doing fieldwork around the world. In my presentation, I will show you a general overview of Japanese Jang culture and its history and development as industry. Also, I introduce some unique local fermented foods similar to those of Korea and China. The two main types of Japanese Jang. Liquid type is shoyu, solid type is miso. Both are made mainly from soybean. Let's see miso variation. There are three types: rice miso in eastern Japan, barley miso in western Japan, and soybean miso in central Japan. And in Kyoto, especially, there is white miso, sweet and low salt. This difference is caused by type of koji. Koji is melted rice, fermented by the special mold called Aspergillus oryzae. In case of miso making, firstly, we make koji, then mix koji with soybean and salt. Variation of miso depending on the type of koji, rice or barley or soybean. Soybean miso is actually like Korean and Chinese jang. The next shows outline. The standard shoyu in Japan is koikuchi, which is made by soybean and wheat mixed koji and salt water. Usukuchi is slightly less tasty and sweet than koikuchi. Condensed shoyu that is fermented with shoyu instead of salt water. And also there are local variations. For example, in South, there's sweet shoyu, which is a koikuchi shoyu plus sugar. In central Japan, white shoyu, made with only wheat, do not use soybean. And also tamari shoyu, made by extract of liquid part of miso. Comparing shoyu and miso, it can be said that miso has a more local character. The industrial standard of shoyu was established in 1950s by the government. Then the taste of shoyu was uniformized into less variety. As a result, while a few major shoyu companies have a large share of its market, but miso is opposite. Small companies are majority. So let's take a look at the history and discovery of Japanese Jang. Japanese Jang comes from the continent, Korea and China, of course. There could be two main routes. The first is from northeast. This is very similar to Korean Tenjang and Chinese Dochi. The other has brought from southeast, near Shanghai. As a sweet and tasty pickled koji, this origin still remains as Kinzanji miso in Yuasa town, same also central part of Japan. Anyway, there's two routes from northeast and southwest. What these two different routes mean? Probably, I think the difference of food culture between North and South China across Yangtze River. In the North, fermentation culture, mainly beans and wheat, while in the South, rice is the main crop. And they were brought into Japan through different routes. The culture of North and South blended together to localize in Japan. It's my opinion. So I show a few point of view of this localization. Firstly, let's talk about miso, the separation of koji making process. Japanese miso making starts with the production of koji. Rice is mainly used to make koji in kojimuro. It's a kind of special room to isolate koji mold from other bad microbes. Then after 2 days of making koji, koji is mixed with soybean and salt to ferment like a paste. What makes it different from Korean tenjang and Chinese dochi? The answer is separation of making koji process. This is a transformation of method from southeast, such as Kinzanji miso, I think. Now let's talk about shoyu. Topic is separation of moromi squeezing process. Jump from northeast. In the beginning, solid part is miso and the liquid part is shoyu, like kanjang and tenjang. This style actually still remains in central part of Japan, but it's a minority with a few percent share of the market. So nowadays in Japan, shoyu is produced as independent seasonings from early modern periods, probably from 18th century or more old age. Soybeans and wheat were turned into koji in the special room, kojimuro, then fermented in salt water in wooden barrel to produce mash called moromi in Japan. So finally, squeezed moromi mash becomes shoyu. So miso and shoyu, in origin of the history, united as one, the same things, then separated into two different products in the long history. The industrialization of shoyu has begun around the 19th century. Fermentation became easier to control by making koji in special room, kojimuro, and quality became easier to control by making shoyu and miso independently. In addition, huge wooden barrels made of bamboo and cedar wood were developed. Brewers could produce several tons or more shoyu and miso at a time. It's very huge. This picture shows about 200 wooden barrels that has capacity of 10 tons lined up in a row. You can see on Shodoshima Island. And this kind of shoyu was transported on wooden boat to all parts of Japan. At first, Jang was consumed in temple and among aristocrats as medicine in the first time of Japanese history, but it became popular all over Japan as a daily product for everybody nowadays. In this context, Japan's Jang culture was driving force for early capitalism, even before modernization from Occidental civilization. For example, in 18th and 19th century. If you visit brewers across Japan, you'll find the old document of a large-scale trade in those days. While shoyu became big industry in early modern era, miso continued to be homemade style until the middle of 20th century because miso is easy to make in small quantities and there's no risk of contamination. This is outline of Japanese Jang culture. However, we can find some of things are linked with continental Jang culture and some are really unique. This is Misodama from the Kiso region, Nagano Prefecture. It's a kind of measure-like miso has been archived in the mountain village. In early spring, cool season, left steamed soybean in the warehouse without salt. As you can see in the photo, a thick layer of fungus grows on the soybeans, and this fungus acts as a barrier to prevent bad microbes, causing special bacteria to grow inside. Among these bacteria, Clostridium species is very special. It produces butyric acid, which gives a cheese-like flavor. After this, wash the mold and mix with koji, like miso, and salt to make into a miso paste. It has a strong flavor like washed cheese, so it's not good for miso soup actually. Next, sotetsu miso from Amami Island. Very unique food of the South Island. The toxic ingredient of cycad fruits are detoxed by the fermentation process. And the cycad fruits are made into koji. Then, same as miso, mix barley and soybean and cycad fruits koji into miso. This kind of strange miso was born because grains were precious in these small islands. Plus, typhoons come almost every year, so it was invented as a forming food for emergency situation. This woman in the picture said, "You have to wait more than 3 days for detox, or your children will get sick." So the third is the Ikkyuji natto, made at a temple in Kyoto. As you can see in this picture, it's almost like Chinese douchi. The process is also almost the same. Steam soybean, not much, then grow koji mold in soybean, and mix salt and ferment. The interesting point is it's called natto instead of miso. Natto, maybe you know, major Japanese fermented soybeans by Bacillus subtilis, a very sticky and full of umami food. However, there's almost no Bacillus subtilis influence in this natto. When Jang was born 600 years ago, there may not have been a distinction between miso and natto. That was same Jang. So lastly, I would like to introduce you the godo, which is made in the Toada region of Tohoku. It's surprising, natto and miso are combined. Mix natto with koji and a little bit of salt and ferment for 2 weeks to several months. In the initial stage of fermentation, the natto and koji taste are mixed together. It's very delicious with rice. But after about 2 months, the enzymes melt it into very soft paste. And it's used as a seasonings like miso or salad dressing. In some part of Yunnan area, China, and mountain area of Myanmar, there is a culture of using natto jam as a seasoning like tonao in Myanmar. As you see, in Japan, separation and purification makes a huge industry of jam, and modern distribution makes standard quality. But however, in small village, like my presentation, and small island, there are uncategorized products. So actually, I respect both because I think it's a dynamism of culture. This is all for my presentation. You can try some of these jam in my shop, Hako department in Tokyo. And fermentation has become a hot topic in Japan in recent years by young brewers. So maybe in near future, see you in Japan. Thank you.
네,
どうもありがとう。
발표 고맙습니다.
Thank you for your very
네,
informative
일본 도장
presentation.
문화에도 많은
We
분들이
heard
관심을
about
보여주셨는데요.
Japanese Tujang
질문에
culture. I'm
직접
sure you are
답변해
very
주시기 위해
interested.
오구라 히라쿠님
And so I'm sure you have a
화면으로
lot of
저희가
questions,
연결해서
which is why
만나보겠습니다.
Hiraku Ogura will be joining us online live to answer some questions.
Hello. 네, 그럼 질문 드리겠습니다.
I'm going to
요즘
be
젊은
asking some
친구들은
questions now.
장이나 전통 음식보다
The
서양
younger
음식을 더
generation
선호하는
tends to gravitate
편인데요.
towards Western food instead of
젊은
traditional or Eastern
세대들에게
food. So in that
네, 선호하는
sense,
편이죠. 일본에서는 이 문제를 어떻게 풀어가고 있는지
what
궁금하고요.
do you think is
또
the
젊은
solution in
세대들에게
Japan to
전통 음식
increase
장류에
younger
대한 관심을
generation's
높이기
interest
위한
in
정책이나 계승
traditional or
발전을 위한
Japanese food? Are
노력이나
there any
계획 어떤
policies or
것들이 있는지
initiatives that are
궁금합니다.
currently in place in Japan?
僕がコンを始めた12年くらい前は、まさにそのどんどん日本の伝統的な料理が食べられなくなっていった時期なんですけれども、僕は仕事を始めて5年ぐらい前から風向きが変わってきてですね、今若い
5
人た
years
ちが
after,
すごく
overall
伝統的なお
ambience
醤油
was
とか
completely
日
changed.
本
So
酒
this
と
means
か
that
お
the
味噌
younger
にすご
people
く注目してい
also
るんですね。
show some
日本では
preference
ちょっと
on
一回
the
その
doenjang
なんて言うん
or
で
the
しょうね、
soyu.
西洋
So
化
it has
の
become very popular
波が
even among the younger
終わ
people.
りつつあって、
Well, I
も
would
う
say
一
that
回
the
伝統
wave
的
of the
なものへの
westernization almost
注
ended.
目が若
So
い人
this
たちの
means
間
that
で
the
始まっ
western
ている
wave
感
gave
じです。
away
で、
to the
その
new wave, and people give
証
more
拠として、
attention
例え
to
ば、
the
僕
the
の
local
本
culture or the
そ
local
こにつ
food
いてる本
culture.
があるんですけ
I
ど、
recently
それ
published a
今
book
大
on
体
the
5万部
fermented
近く
food,
ぐらい
and
読まれているんです
it
け
was
ど、
sold
読
about
者の
50,000 copies.
読者の6割から7割が大体
And I would
20
say
代か
that
ら
60
30
to
代
70% of the readers
で
were
すね。
younger people
えっ
aged
と、
in 20s and
で
30s.
僕のお店、東京にある僕の
And
お
I
店に
told you that
も
I
本
already
当に
own
若
a
い人が
store
ものす
in
ごく多
Tokyo.
くてですね、もちろん
And I
年
have
上
a
の
lot
人もい
of
るんです
younger
けども、
customers visiting
今
my
日
store.
本
Of
だ
course,
と
I
そ
have some
の
elderly
発
customers,
酵
but
文化、このジャンの
in
文化
Japan,
リ
the
バイバル
fermented culture
熱だと
or
起こって
the
いる
Jang
状況
culture
です。
is
で
reviving
もね、ちょ
again.
っ
I
と
would
そこ
say
で
we are
ね、
facing, we're entering the new renaissance. I'm not sure if I
네, 답변
properly
감사합니다.
responded to your question or
다음
not.
질문 바로 이어가겠습니다.
Thank you for your answer.
일본의
We're going to be
콩
moving on
발효
to the
식품으로
next
유네스코
question.
음식 문화에 등재된 식품에는 어떤
What are
것이
some Japanese
있을까요?
foods that
그리고
have
현재
been
어떻게
registered on the
전수되고
UNESCO
관리되고
Intangible
있는지
Cultural
말씀
Heritage
부탁드립니다.
of Humanity? How are they being passed down and how are they being managed?
ユネスコの無形文化遺産になっている
Yes.
日本のほとん
Well,
どは
the
ですね、
UNESCO has
神事と
ICH
芸能なんですね。
list,
で、食文化として
and
登
there
録
are
さ
some
れているの
elements
は和食、
registered, inscribed in the
ジャ
ICH
パニーズ
list.
トラディショナルキュイジン
And
なんですけど、
I think washoku was already
不
inscribed
足として
on the
お正
UNESCO
月の料理、
ICH
という
list.
ふうにされています。お正月っ
And
ていうのは、も
it
ち
is
ろん
labeled
ハ
as
ッ
a
ピーニューイ
New
ヤーの
Year's
お祝いなんですけど、
ritual
日
food or
本
the New
で
Year
は、
food
もちろ
that
んアジア中どこでもそうなん
we
ですけど、
take
日
together.
本のお正月
Of
はで
course,
す
I
ね、
think
何の
most
た
of
め
the
にやる
Asian
のかと
countries
い
are
うと
almost the
ですね、
same,
年
and
神
we are
様とい
celebrating
う
New
です
Year
ね、なんて
because
いう
we have a god called the
kind of
Toshigam,
god for New Year.
and so actually he's the
お
god
正
of the
月
New
を
Year.
新年に来る神様と書
And
いて、年神様と。
So I told you that the name of the god is a Toshin. So we actually prepared the food to greet him, to greet the god. So this is a kind of the food that we prepare on the New Year's Day. And we have a lot of fermented food included in that table. So of course we have a soup with the rice cake. So it's a kind of tteokguk in Korean. And this is very much interesting because the way how to cook it is very much interesting. Especially in the eastern part of Japan, they use a potato, while in the eastern part they use a miso. So again, to greet or welcome the doshigam, they use a different ingredient or the seasoning. And another important thing when we greet the god is the sushi. Where sometimes I have a field work to find out the Asian sushi. We even have a sushi culture about 200 years ago. So again, sushi was also used as a kind of ritual food to greet the Toshi god. So again, I would say that the Washoku's inscription also reflect the Japanese food culture. And at the same time, you also ask how we actually manage and how we hand it down. So this is about the culture as well as the history. And especially in Japan, unfortunately, we don't have a extensive study. Of course, we are talking about the fermentation, and the study of fermentation is closely related to the chemistry. So this means that we do not have any kind of anthropologic angle. So we don't have a well-structured study or research on the fermentation. That is the reason why I volunteered to study more about this fermentation.
네, 답변 감사합니다.
Thank you for
네,
your
수고해주신 오구라
answer.
히라쿠님께
Let's
박수
give
부탁드립니다.
Okura Hiraku another big round of applause.
네, 저희가 다음은 패널 토론을 진행하는데요.
Next up,
패널
we
토론을
have
위해
a panel
잠시 무대
discussion.
준비를
Allow
하도록
us to
하겠습니다.
reorganize
앞선
the
발표 어떻게 보셨나요?
stage
우리
a little
한민족
bit.
음식
Give us a little bit of
된장부터
time. I
중국
hope you
두장,
enjoyed
일본의 콩
our
발효까지
presentations
다양하고
about
풍성한
Tuzan culture
이야기를
in
들을 수
Korea,
있었는데요.
China,
네,
and
오늘
bean
장포럼
fermentation in Japan.
그 어느 누구보다
Today's
오늘 포럼
International
주최하신
Academic Forum
농림축산식품부와 주관하신
is
한식진흥원에서 이
hosted
장담국이 문화를
by
알리는데
MAFRA
앞장서고
and
계시죠.
organized
제가
by
알기로는 각종
the
문화 프로그램도
Korea
활발하게
Food
진행되고 있는
Promotion
걸로 알고
Institute.
있습니다.
And
오늘
they
장문화
are
포럼
leaders
지금
in
온라인으로도 함께 하고
promoting
계신
Korean
분들 많으실
food. I
텐데요.
know that a lot
제가
of
앞서
people are
한번
joining us
언급해
online.
드렸는데 오늘
So
저희가
once again, allow
이벤트가
me
있습니다.
to
네,
make a few
이벤트에
announcements about the
대해서
events
잠시
that we have
알려드리면요.
prepared. Once
사전
again,
등록하신 분들은
for our
지금
pre-registered
발표하신 화면,
participants,
신청 화면 각각 캡처하셔서
if you
화면에서
screen
보이시는
capture
QR
the
코드나 유튜브
screen
스트리밍
that you are
페이지
watching
하단에
right now and
안내되어
send
있는
to the QR
주소로
code or the address that's
인증사진을
at the bottom of the
보내주시면요.
YouTube
추첨을
page,
통해 모바일
we're
온누리
going to have a
상품권 드릴
raffle
예정입니다.
and give out
그리고 온라인으로
Unnuri
함께 하고 계신
mobile
분들도요.
gift
유튜브
coupons.
실시간 댓글창을 통해 질문
Also, for our
주시면
viewers
저희가 모바일 온누리
online, if you
상품권
leave
추첨
questions
통해
and
보내드릴
comments, we're going to
예정입니다.
have another raffle for
끝까지
that
시청과 참여
as well. So
부탁드립니다.
please, we ask
이제 어느
that you
정도 무대
participate in our
준비가
events. We look forward to
다
your
되어가고
participation.
있는 것 같습니다.
I think our stage is almost ready.
네, 패널 토론 진행하려면 좌장님이 있으셔야겠죠. 좌장님이
Now I'd like to hand
도착하시는 대로
over our
저희가
mic
패널
to our
토론을
moderator as
발표자분들
soon as
모시고
he gets
함께
here.
진행하도록 하겠습니다. 네, 이번 장문화 포럼 저희가 다양한 이벤트를
Ladies and
준비하고
gentlemen,
있는데요.
we have
현재
numerous
온라인으로 시청하고
events for
계시는 스트리밍
International
페이지
Academic
하단에서
Forum. If you
이벤트 정보 찾아보실
look
수
at
있습니다.
the
다시 한번
bottom
여러분
of
많은
the
참여
streaming page,
부탁드립니다.
you can find
온라인으로 시청
information
중인
about
시청
our
중이신 분들
events. For those of
네,
you who
유튜브
are joining
실시간
us
댓글창을 통해
online,
간단하게
you can
질문
leave
보내주시면요.
comments or
저희가
questions in
추첨을
the
통해
comments
모바일 온누리 상품권
box on YouTube.
보내드립니다.
And we'll have a
당첨자는
raffle
행사가
and
끝난
choose
후에
winners for
한식진흥원
Unnuri
페이스북
mobile
공식
vouchers.
계정을 통해서
Please refer
확인하실 수
to our
있습니다.
official Facebook account for the winners list after the forum is over.
네, 앞서 발표에서도 많이 언급됐는데요.
We talked
오는
about this in depth in our
2024년에 한국의
presentations, but by
장극기로
2024,
유네스코 인류
our aim is
무형문화유산
to
등재가
register
추진 중이죠.
Korean traditional tongue
지난해
culture as a
1월에는
UNESCO
장감극이가
IHC.
무형문화재로
And in
지정되기도 했습니다.
2018,
그만큼 많은
Korean tongue
분들이
culture was
장감극이 문화로
registered as a national
앞장서셔서
intangible
등재 추진
cultural
중에
heritage
많은
in
분들이
Korea.
노력을 하고 계신 걸로
There are a
보입니다.
lot of people behind this effort working to push our goal forward.
네, 제가 아까 발표를 들으면서 윤덕인
During our
교수님이 언급하신
presentations,
걸 유념이 들었는데 한국의
I was especially
장감극의
surprised by Professor
특징이
Yoon's
중국과
presentation
일본과는
about
좀
how the
차별성이 있더라고요.
characteristics of
콩을
tongue making
재배하고
culture in
뭐
Korea is
메주와
very
잔을
different from
만들고
Japan and
숙성
China.
발효로
The
이어지는
meju
과정이
fermentation
특별하다고 들었습니다.
process is
네, 이렇게 또
unique
메주를 띄운 뒤에
between our three
간장과
countries
된장까지
in
두 가지
Korea,
장을
and the
만드는
fact that you can
차별성을 갖고 있는
kill two
것도
birds with one
네,
stone, make soy
유념
sauce
있게
and
들을 필요가
doenjang
있습니다.
out of the meju as well. That
네,
was
이제 과장님
extremely
오셨는데요. 그럼
riveting.
저희가
Now we have our
본격적으로
moderator with us,
패널
so let us
토론을
begin the
진행하도록
panel
하겠습니다.
discussion with
패널 토론은 주제 발표를 해주셨던
Professor
발표자분들과
Lim.
함께
We
이야기를 나눠보는
will
시간
be
가질 텐데요.
joined by
이번
our
토론은 현
presenters,
대한민국 학술원 회원이자
and our
동국대학교
moderator
정신석자
will
교수이신
be
인도니
Professor Indoni,
교수님께서
member of the National
진행해
Academy of
주시겠습니다.
Sciences and chair professor of
교수님과
Dongguk University.
발표자분들
Ladies and
무대로
gentlemen,
올라서
please give a
박수로
big round of
맞이해주시기
applause
바랍니다.
as our moderator and panelists come up to the stage.
네, 저희가 무대로 모셔서 함께 패널 토론을
We're now going to
진행하도록
begin the panel
하겠습니다.
discussion with our moderator and presenters, who will be joining us as panelists this time around.
네, 오늘 앞서 많은 발표들을 잘 해주셨는데요. 패널 토론에는 또 어떤 내용이 나올지 엄청
We had
기대가
very
됩니다.
interesting and insightful presentations early on, so we look forward to the panel discussions as well.
Okay. 시간이 많이 지났습니다.
I know we are
워낙에
behind
저희한테
schedule,
주어진
so I ask
시간이
for your
25분인데
understanding. We had
너무
originally
시간이
25 minutes
많이
allotted to
지나서
us, but we are very behind
25분을
schedule right now,
쓸
so
수
I don't
있을지
think we
모르겠습니다.
can take
지금
25
5분
minutes. I don't think we can take the full
발표를
25
해주신
minutes,
것
but
같은데
let's start. I think we had 5 presenters, if I am correct.
발표하신 분들께
To the 5 presenters, with our 5 presenters in this panel discussion, I would like to ask you as experts in the Jang culture, and thank you so much for your informative presentations about Jang culture and your expertise that showed us your expertise. So in this panel discussion, what I would like to do is talk about Jang and its registration as a UNESCO ICH, which I know that KFPI is pushing for. So the topic that we're most interested in is in how we're going to register the Korean traditional Jang culture as a UNESCO ICH. So that's what I'd like to talk about today in our panel discussion. So I would like our panelists to, based on the presentations that you've made, how can we register, get the Jang culture of Korea enlisted as an UNESCO ICH? What should we focus on? How should we narrow our focus on traditional Jang culture to get it inscribed as a UNESCO ICH? Professor Ham is not here with us, so would Professor Yoon want to begin? Ladies and gentlemen, first allow me to thank you for staying with us throughout the forum. I'd like to step back a bit and talk about the introductory part of my presentation, where I talked about how UNESCO looks at potential intangible cultural heritage. What they say is they look for the environment, history, and community interconnectedness that is continuously and endlessly reinvented in order to provide a sense of identity and unity to the people and contribute to so that individuals recognize it as a part of their cultural heritage. So all in all, in order to get our Jang culture listed as a UNESCO ICH, when we look at Korea in and of itself, everyone in Korea, either directly or indirectly, directly would mean that you're making the Jang itself, and indirectly would be consuming it. These activities, directly or indirect activities, need to be promoted, and the concept of Jang culture itself, reinventing it, would be adding new values. For example, recently I watched a TV show where a medicinal doenjang was being made. And I was watching that and I was thinking, it really looks like Chinese sushi. Of course, you fry the beans for sushi, and of course, with our medicinal doenjang, what you do is you just steam it, but then you mush it. So it's completely a Chinese type of way of making doenjang, and then you add some different powders, green powders and stuff. So I was very interested in that process. And I saw that they would create a block out of it, meju, out of it. And that meju was also, that type of process was also shown in the Japanese presentation, but not in China. It's not that common in China. So you would make a meju out of it, dry it, and then make it into powder. So these internal changes are going on. So there are new different types of ways that I've never seen before of making this Jang in Korea as well. So this is what we are reinventing, and we talk about the smell of doenjang and 청국장 as well. These are all different types of identities that live deep in our ways of daily life. So I think incorporating all of this would help make it an UNESCO ICH.
Well, to save time, I don't think I need to summarize what she said. I believe you had a very clear understanding on what she just said. Now, I'd like to invite Professor Bae Yong-dong for your comment or advice or the suggestion for successful inscription. Okay, let me respond to your request. I think the comments were already made by other speakers, so let me just add a few more points. First of all, we are talking about the meju, and we make meju, and we also make a doenjang. Well, this process actually embodies the transmission culture, so we also need to modernize this process in some sense. Where we are living in the modern residence setting called apartment complex, and of course this is very much difficult to make doenjang in this environment. So maybe that is the kind of barrier against the making barrier as well as the consumption of the jang in some sense. Well, we have this reality, and I think we need to have a kind of a concerted approach where the food processing sector as well as the cultural sector should join together to come up with the right approach. And of course, we also need to borrow the wisdom from the architecture experts so that we could have a more favorable environment to make jang or the doenjang. So let me give you an example. Well, we have a kimchi refrigerator, and I know that they use the unique mechanism of the kimchi pot that we use in the old days. Then we also can apply it into the container of the kimchi for the jang. So would there be any way to modernize the container? And at the same time, would there be any way to dilute the smelling feature of the jang? So because that the smell can be the restraints. Of course, we are very much proud of it, and we say this is ours, and what can we do about it? But thinking about the younger generation, especially looking back about the 20 days or 3 days, definitely there's a change in the preference of the texture or the mouth feel or the touch feel in the food. So this is something that we should not overlook. And another point is that I think I actually didn't mention this one in my presentation or the Q&A session. And sometimes we have a core family and they may not have any other children. So we also can provide more diverse programs so that we can invite the people into this kind of activities and campaigns so that people also can experience and take a look at it, that even carry what they have made in that Jang making class. Well, Jang definitely is a slow food, but at the same time, this is the food for sharing. So this can be shared among different generations, also among different the rural areas and the urban areas. This way, we also can encompass the more extensive consumption base. That is one way to have more solid the position of the Jang. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you.
그러면 그 다음에는
Then next up, Professor Choi Deok-kyung.
저는 발표를 하면서 아무래도
During my presentation, since I majored in history, I gave a lot of information about the historical aspects. So I don't know if it really matched. I didn't know if it would match up with the theme here today. But in anyways, in order to get our tongue culture registered as a UNESCO ICH, I think we need to focus on the identity of the Korean Peninsula. That's the feeling that I got. Whether it had, sometimes people say that in China they lack a sense of community, but that's actually not true. There's been a sense of community in China from a very early period. They have a type of communal culture like Korea as well, like the Tuda culture, for example. Studying Chinese ICH, I've researched about this and I've presented about this as well. But really, in China, there's strong evidence that there's been this type of strong communal spirit in China as well. The proportion of tujang in Chinese food, as I said, amounts to 60%. So almost all dishes will include tujang, which shows the high value of tujang itself. To register Korean traditional tongue culture as a UNESCO ICH, we need a strong identity, which goes back to the point I made about the origin of tujang, the Yunzuk or Goryeo-do issues will be extremely important to highlight in that process. The tujang culture itself started in the Korean Peninsula and the northeastern part of what is now known as China. I think that fact would be extremely important to stress. Adopting tea as a local delicacy or using these onggi containers to ferment in Korea was actually an area of strength and advantage that Korea had. Emphasizing this would be important. I talked about the Doon process that China had, which means that if they didn't oil the insides of the pots, they couldn't use it, which also shows how weak their techniques were in pottery. Compared to that, in Korea, we had a very strong, capable people who were developing and creating really strong and solid pottery that were able to withstand the processes of fermenting and storage. So
말을
these
진전치는
types
않다는
of
이런 이야기들을
facts
해줄
should
필요가 있고
be
특히 우리
highlighted,
사수에서는 중국의 기록에 없는 청장에 대한 거라든지
especially
이런 것들도
the
우리 후대의
references to
자료로
청장
기록이긴
that is lacking in
합니다만
Chinese
상가요록
records
같은 데서
is also
분명하게
important in
잘
Samgayuruk and
제시되어
other
있고 그
records. We
방법론도
see
설명을 하고 있고 특히 용도까지도
documents about
나오고 있는 걸
청장,
보면은 우리
which should be stressed as well.
문화가 중국에도
It
상당한
shows
두장
the
문화가 영향을
uniqueness
주었을
of
것이다. 이런
Korean
생각도
culture and
들어집니다.
how Korean
이런
culture and tradition of
아이덴티티가
Tang
갖고 있는 이걸
affected
좀
China
강조해서
as well. So I think
우리가
that
왜
our
이
identity
두장
needs
문화를
to be
가지고
emphasized, the
유네스코에
identity that
등재를
we
할 수밖에
have
없는가 하는 이런
in terms
필요성을
of Tang culture on the Korean
제시를
Peninsula
해주면 참 좋겠다는 생각이
should
듭니다.
be emphasized.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much for
그러면
your
다음에
comment.
그
Now I'd like to
히라쿠
invite
선생님한테
Hiraku
코멘트를
from Japan
부탁드리겠습니다.
for his comment.
はい。今日は、とても楽しいオーナムでした。すごい全然
Much
関係
happy
ない
to
話
hear
なん
a
ですけ
lot
ど、
of useful
僕韓国
comments.
ドラマがす
Well,
ごい
this
好
may
きで、
sound very much irrelevant,
イテウォン
but
クラス
I really love
の韓国ドラマのイテウォ
the
ンクラ
Korean
スの
drama.
一番
So I
最後
even
の
watched
話が
the Itaewon class. Again, this is the
スンドゥブ
the
に
Korean drama.
味噌玉の粉
The
を振りか
last
ける
episode
話
shows
があるんですけど、それの意味が
the
分かってすご
food
い
of the
嬉しかったです。
sundubu. They actually put
で、
the meju,
僕からなんですけれ
the
ども、
soybean powder
まず、
into the sundubu. So what I like to emphasize
日
is
本では
that
実は
in
ジャンという
Japan,
概念がですね、
well, the
なくて
concept
です
of
ね、
Jang
味噌は味
does
噌、
not exist.
醤
I
油は
mean,
醤油、
because we
納
call
豆
it
は納
miso,
豆で
miso,
全部分
miso,
かれちゃ
miso,
ってるんですね、カテ
natto,
ゴリーが。
natto,
なの
or
で、
soyu,
ちょっ
soyu.
と
So we
今
have
回
very,
のこ
very
のフォー
clear
ラムをきっかけ
distinction
に、
in these
味
three
噌と味
categories.
噌も醤油
So
も
I
もとも
think
とは同じもので、
today's
で、さらにその韓国
international
の文化をたどると、
academy
実は
forum
納豆的
gives
なもの
us a kind of
も同じルー
awakening
ツを
because
持
they
っている。
all come from the
発
same
酵
thing,
した大
same
豆の
ingredient.
発酵食品、
We
ジャン
also
っていう、
learn how
大きな
the
カテゴリーっていうのを日本の中でもちゃん
we
と認識
could learn more
しない
about the
といけ
Busan
ないかなという
culture.
ふうに今日
So
は思いまし
I
た。あともう一個ちょ
really
っと
want to
さ
put
っきですね、
into
現
the
代の
Korean,
家
I
庭で
mean the
も
Japanese culture.
皮
So
脂
one
を
more thing I'd
作る
like
に
to
はどう
add
し
is
たらいい
that
かっていう話があった
in
と思うん
most
で
of
す
the
が、
household,
実は僕その活動をずっとやって
they
るんです
try
よ、10
to
年以
have
上。
a jang, but I don't know
ちょ
how
っと
they can do that. I
童
actually
話
have
機
been
に
doing
間
this
で
kind of activity for more than 10 years. So I'm not sure if I can play the video or not. Can you watch it? You first crush and then make a lump, and then you put it into the package, and they make it for you. Well, I also studied a lot about the fermentation, and the traditional making process also can be transformed into the modern way. And sometimes the single household, like a single ladies, also can make the miso. So if you want to have further information, you can just enter my name. Then you can watch the video in YouTube. So this is the Korean doenjang. And I also uploaded the animation where you can learn how to make doenjang or the jang in a very easy way. I also like to promote this kind of activity to the people around me. Thank you.
우리가 시간이 얼마나
Thank you for
남았나요?
your comments. How much time do we have left?
9분요?
9 minutes?
8분?
8 minutes?
8분. 8분이 남았답니다.
Okay, so we have 8 minutes left.
귀한 말씀을 잘 들었고요.
First off, thank you for your comments.
기회를 드리겠습니다.
I would like to give an opportunity to one panelist. if any of our panelists would like to elaborate about on how Korean traditional tongue culture can be registered as a UNESCO ICH. Any additional comments would be much appreciated. Anyone, just raise your hand. The non-openness that you talked about, that you would like, that you said you interpreted as pluralism. I think that was extremely important. So if our Jang culture is registered as a UNESCO intangible cultural heritage, we need to elaborate on this part. Overall, it talks about the passed down effect or the transmitting of the culture itself. But in Jang culture, pluralism or non-openness or the closed nature of Chang culture, I believe, is definitely a positive in that aspect. I think it all comes down to how our future generation interprets this. The closed off nature or pluralism, it's definitely a part of our tradition, but how it's going to be interpreted and applied moving forward would also be important. Just another additional comment. I am delivering this question to all of our panelists. I believe that the tongue tradition in our three countries is quite similar, especially with China. And because it's pertaining to Northeast Asia, I'm pretty sure that North Korea also has a role to play here. Do you know anything about tongue culture in North Korea? Anyone? These are two both very difficult questions. But first of all, the non-openness or closed nature of tongue culture can be interpreted in a positive manner, that it preserves the traditional nature or the recipe of each family that is different. So some people have talked about the philosophy of it as well. So maybe we don't have to focus too much on the open nature or non-open nature of things. I think we could focus on the unique nature or secret recipes of each family. These secret recipes are, of course, passed down to the younger generation, but I don't think that we can force people's hand on this issue. Of course, it's passed down from generation to generation, but it's up to the person who wants to pass it down and also to the people who are learning this and inheriting this. So passing it down is definitely up to the actor. So it's something that's a very cautious area that I would like to tread upon. It might be a sensitive topic. We can't ask everyone to open up their recipe and give it out to everyone. And so if they want to keep it a family secret, then we have to definitely respect their wishes. About North Korea, before I wrote this paper, I actually did do some research. What I have is almost all online, so I haven't really cited any of those research papers that I've read. But all in all, you'll see that North Korea actually has a stronger tradition that remains. When I talk about tradition, I talk about the Joseon dynasty tradition that is preserved to this day. It's much stronger in North Korean food. You'll see in North Korean food that the Joseon dynasty's tradition lingers. I hope that answered your question.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you.
저도 아주 잘 들었습니다.
Thank you for your comments. And I actually am not an expert on Tang culture, so I found this forum extremely informative. Thank you, everyone, for telling us about Korean traditional Tang culture, the details. It was very interesting and enlightening. We've talked about these strategies. We need to register Korean traditional tongue culture as a UNESCO intangible cultural heritage of humanity. And in that sense, I believe that cooperation with North Korea would be great. That's something that I've always thought about, especially when we registered Arirang as a UNESCO ICH. We tried to work as much as possible with North Korea, but there were always issues that were going on, and the two Koreas relations deteriorated during that time. And even when we registered the kimchi making culture as a UNESCO ICH, that again difficulties were occurred. And wrestling, however, was jointly registered. And in 2013, North Korea registered Arirang, and after we registered kimchi making, North Korea registered kimchi making as well. And if we register Tang culture, I'm pretty sure that North Korea will follow suit. Doing it jointly would probably be the best way, but maybe North Korea will register separately. The kimchi making culture, when it was registered, I was actually a very active member in that process. I wanted to work on kimchi, not kimchi making, but UNESCO said back then that food was related to commerce and therefore was not recognized as a UNESCO cultural heritage. If you kimjang is kimchi making in Korean and in English, so kimchi is included in the term itself that was registered as a UNESCO heritage. So kimchi was there, so I was pleased, and I'm actually worried in that sense about whether UNESCO will view our tongue culture as something of being of a commercial nature. So I think that's something that we always need to keep in mind. And another point I would like to make is that UNESCO focuses not on the element itself, it focuses on people. It's people centered and it's community based. So you need to focus on the people and the community when you are applying and registering it. For example, in the kimchi process, the how to make kimchi or the types of kimchi, that was not our area of focus. What we focused on was the culture of kimchi making itself. For example, let's say in October, it's always kimchi making season, and so what we do in Korea, people always talk to each other during this season, and in greeting they ask, "Did you make kimchi?" instead of "How are you?" This shows how important kimchi making culture is in Korea to people. So the government, when cabbage prices drop, for example, this is all covered in the news. And when I used to be a student, we even got kimchi making bonuses of all people who worked during the kimchi making season. So this was extremely widespread and popular. It's not just a side dish like bean sprouts and other side dishes and condiments. Kimchi is a culture that is a part of Korea and that makes Koreans Koreans. That's what we emphasize, and I think that's needed in the Tang culture registration as well, what it means to Koreans as a culture. What we think about Tang culture, I think we need to really identify how Koreans relate to and identify with Tang culture. For example, imagine that you are explaining Tang culture to a foreigner who has never heard about Tang, and you try imagining that you are persuading someone that it needs to be enlisted as a UNESCO ICH. Emphasize the importance and emphasize why it is that important. I think that needs to be the focus.
And one more thing I'd like to add is where the title is very much important, because we mentioned Tujang culture in our forum today. Well, in that case, maybe Japan or China claimed, oh, we also have a Tujang culture. So again, this is a bit related to the language. or the terms that we call. So of course, some people say that, oh, maybe this is so much universal, so it cannot be that much special. Because if you say the Korean language, then every country has a language. However, if you call it Hangul, then it may have a slightly different features, and nobody else would raise any issue or the question about it. So if you want to have this the Jangmunhwa or Jang culture as a single element, then you need to also emphasize or demonstrate the uniqueness so that the other people would not raise an issue. So the key is that the presence of the JAR platform. I know that in China and Japan don't seem to have that the platform or the jar keeping place. I think this is a very unique feature that you can find only in Korea. So I think maybe the Meju or the soybean lump, as well as a tangtokdae or the Changja shelf or the platform, can even be a kind of item to attract the foreign tourist. So we have a kanjang and also the hot pepper paste and the doenjang. They are all stored in the pot or in the jar. I think this was specified by the Professor Bae. And we have jjigae or the thick stew of doenjang. So we also feel the taste of the mother, and this is the food that are most frequently consumed by the Korean people. So you need to be more specific. So if you go to a restaurant, then you always find the doenjang stew. And so you also need to include the information on the frequency of the consumption, because in some sense, doenjang is a kind of soul food for Korean. But again, we are talking about the Jang culture, and this is really, really crucial in the food culture of Korea, and we also need to make other people know about that. So we are talking about Jang, but we also have a gochujang, meaning hot pepper paste. I think this term was also officially registered. So we also can expand the area, like we start with the jang and the doenjang and the gochujang and the jangtokdae. We can, I think the gochujang was already officially registered as a term. So we have a jangtokdae again, the jar platform. This also can represent the unique jang culture of Korea. And we take doenjang jjigae or the stew. And in the past, maybe we highly relied on the doenjang because we did not have a variety in our dishes. But these days we have so many different types of the menu, but still people stick to the doenjang. So I think maybe this is the area where we need to focus more in order to attract the attention of the people on the Jang culture. Thank you very much.
네, 고맙습니다. 네,
Thank
자장님을
you.
비롯해 발표자분들의
Let's
다양한
give
의견을
another
들을 수 있었던
big
알찬
round of applause to our
시간이었습니다.
moderator
저희가 이제
and
기념 촬영을 바로
panelists. And
진행할
with that, we're
텐데요.
going to
잠시 무대
end
테이블을 정리하는
our
동안
forum
교수님들은
and
무대
have a
아래로
brief
잠시
group
대기해
photo
주시기
session.
바랍니다.
Would our panelists please step
네,
down
저희가
from the stage
무대에
while we
테이블을
set up the stage for
정리되는
the photo
대로
session?
바로
Once
내빈분들과 오늘
we get the
발표자분들 다
stage
모셔서
ready, we're
무대에서
going to
사진 촬영을 진행할 텐데요.
bring our distinguished
잠시만
guests
기다려
and
주시기 바랍니다.
speakers up to the stage for a group photo session.
네, 이제 바로 기념사진 촬영 진행하도록 하겠습니다.
I'll have a group
오늘
photo
포럼에
session.
참석해주신
This time I'd like
내빈분들과
to invite
발표자분들
all
모두
the
무대
distinguished guests
앞으로
as well as the
나와주셔서
speakers to
함께
the
사진 촬영
the
진행하도록
stage
하겠습니다.
for the group photo.
네, 오늘 장시간 동안 많이 고생하셨고요.
Ladies
참석해주신
and gentlemen,
내빈분들
thank you for
그리고
staying with us
발표자분들
throughout the
함께
entire day.
사진
We're now
촬영하도록
going to have
하겠습니다.
a group photo session with our distinguished guests, presenters, and moderator.
네. 앞에 정면에 카메라를 바라봐 주시고요.
Please look into the camera right in front of you.
네, 마스크를 썼지만 살짝 웃으신 표정으로
I know
밝은
that we
모습으로
can't see you
찍겠습니다.
smile behind the face mask, but everyone please smile.
네, 뒤에 화면으로 함께 하고 계신 교수님과
We have two presenters
일본에서도
with
함께
us
하고 계신
online
발표자분
on the
함께
screen.
사진
Ladies
촬영에
and gentlemen, please
하고 있나요?
smile for the camera.
네, 오늘 발표해 주신 모든 분들 수고
All our
많으셨습니다.
presenters, thank you so much for your time.
네, 고맙습니다.
Thank you.
네, 오늘 저희가 준비한 발표는 여기까지입니다. 마지막까지
Now,
함께 자리해 주신
that is the
참가자
end
여러분과
of our
온라인을
International
통해 시청해 주신
Academic
여러분
Forum.
모두
Ladies and
진심으로
gentlemen, thank you for joining
감사드립니다.
us, and thank
아울러
you
앞으로
to
저희가
our
포럼 진행을
participants
할
who have
때
joined us
양질의
online.
정보를 제공해 드리기 위해 설문조사를 진행 중인데요. 현재
We
화면에서
are
보이시는
conducting
QR코드나
a survey
유튜브
to
스트리밍 페이지
enhance the
하단에
quality
안내되어
of
있는
our
링크로
academic forums, so
설문지를
please
작성해
refer
주시면
to the
추첨을 통해
address.
100분께
And if
모바일 온누리
you
상품권
partake in
5,000원권
our
선물로
surveys, once again, we're
보내드립니다.
going to
많은
have a
참여
raffle and hand
부탁드립니다.
out some gifts. So
앞으로도
we
장문화에
ask
대한
that everyone
많은 관심
participates.
부탁드리고요.
And
내년에는 더 좋은
ladies and
소식,
gentlemen,
알찬
thank you so
내용으로
much for your
돌아오겠습니다.
support and
고맙습니다.
interest, and we look forward to seeing you again next year.